lips and black raw in the projects. Rich is whipping that black hard. I'm just saying, my skills is whipping that crack hard. Look at LeBron James. The black guard got big lips and black raw. As soon as I leave Earth, it's back to the stars. Right a job lives with jewelers and girls. Just ask now to buy the world. My mental vision is setting up intuition. And you really don't have nothing if you intuition. I work with light just to give birth to life. I was born in all forms in the perfect night. The black god got big lips and black rods. As soon as I leave Earth, it's back to the start. I am the ruler, just like the lion that chewed on my third eye, which feels like an iron computer that's dark matter and deep thought making your heart shatter. I sleepwalk, talking with smart chatter, so I don't need you to ride and die with me. I got answers that vibe from the other side with me, and they beam up life after death. We got noses on our eyes till the light suppress my priceless flesh. The final copy look like Anunnaki. Like God, got big lips and black raw in the projects. Rich is whipping that black hard. I'm just saying, my skills is whipping that crack hard. Look at LeBron James. The black guard got big lips and black raw. As soon as I leave Earth, it's back to the stars. Right a job lives with jewelers and girls. Just ask now to buy the world. Yo, the black guard got big lips and black rods in the projects. Rich is whipping that black hard. My rhymes the same. My skills is whipping that crack hard. Look at LeBron James. That nigga's a black card. And you wonder why we spit lead. Just the whole raps. Niggas got big heads like Olmec. The way that I'm writing is more than vain. This is the age of enlightenment. Be the Moors in Spain. Now that your honor, I pray to a black vagina. Even the Pope prays to the black Madonna. In the sun, I shine as bright as I be. I'm the greatest of all time, like Muhammad Ali. When I die, baptized in the fire. Only flat night, black skies are higher. Prior to job, my lives with jewelers and girls. Sex nights, fire rule the world, rubies and pearls. Black God, got big lips and black raw in the projects. Rich is whipping that black hard. I'm just saying, my skills is whipping that crack hard. Look at LeBron James. The black guard got big lips and black raw. As soon as I leave Earth, it's back to the stars. Right a job lives with jewelers and girls. Just ask now to buy the world. Yo, the black guard, infinite to infinite stars. It's infinite light. My life's got an infinite charge. The instruments to implement to give strength to your heart. The temple within, the imprint, mimic the art. Into the dark, the dragon spark the fathom from a higher consciousness. I talk with atoms. I live in the land, and I live in the stars. Original man, I am the image of God. Prototype, I'm common. I cut diamonds, so as long as I live, nothing can stop shining. You won't need to be in the biz to drive me crazy. Live on CNN, hearing cries from Haiti. You know the people down there trying to hide them babies. The black guards, surrounded in light, attract stars. Black guards, surrounded in light, attract stars. The black guards, surrounded in light, attract stars.
Alright, man, all I'm saying is, nigga, you always got something to say. It's like you don't shut up.
Blazing on the track.
A lot of niggas died 1865. Single Michael fled, highway ain't gon' let it ride. Everybody hollering, black was never on your side. They do maps to tell your apps where you sleep at night. They put that white man on. Got you begging them for answers like that white man know. Had you swearing you was African, that's that white man home. Had you proud to be a savage, that's that white man's zone. And I ain't talking shit, this by definition. And being savage was our nature, y'all be non-existent. We done took your ass out when we was in them kitchens. Instead of showing you how to live and how to maintain business. White supremacy fake. Only way that shit real is if you do what they say. We the guards of the gate, so when they say they fear God, now you know what they made.
Suave on the track.
Whatever it takes. Alleyway.
Coco, this your season right now.
They won't see me. They
I gotta sleep with one eye open, tripping, making me nervous. I take a piss, my hand on the strap. I know the odds wanna murder. I got a feeling, keep my stomach paranoid. Yeah. I won't let them they gon' see me. Yeah. I gotta sleep with one eye open, tripping, making me nervous. I take a piss, my hand on the strap. I know the odds wanna murder. I got a feeling, keep my stomach paranoid. Yeah. I can't let them they gon' see me. Yeah. I put attention, all of my blood, all of my veins. They started with Perky, now that hair right up his veins. You started with serving, now them drugs drove you insane. Started with dealing, I grew up with killers, they taught me the game. I got some niggas that die behind, and that shit won't never the same. I know some niggas that lie behind, and that bullet had his name. Ain't no reason to cry about, cause that shit won't never change. MTF the 4th and P, my niggas can't get out the game. I gotta sleep with one eye open, tripping, making me nervous. I take a piss, my hand on the strap. I know the odds wanna murder. I got a feeling, keep my stomach paranoid. Yeah. I won't let them they gon' see me. Yeah. I gotta sleep with one eye open, tripping, making me nervous. I take a piss, my hand on the strap. I know the odds wanna murder. I got a feeling, keep my stomach paranoid. Yeah. I can't let them they gon' see me. Yeah.
Lost, see, I glossed through, we shit ain't been the same. Heard the ops talking to the feds, giving names. Who gon' feed my family if they take me out the game? Keep one in the head and one eye open, that ain't change. I'm quick to catch a body. When I shoot, he shoot, I know bro shooting right beside me. Them hollow tips go through the wall and then they hit his body.
See my license been in motion, I'm a little windy. I'm not giving up yet. If you with me, time to place up your bet. Ain't no turning back, got niggas who ran. When we caught his ass, got caught in that jam. Yeah, you know who I am. Yeah, you know who I am. I can feel it coming. I can feel it coming. It's that feeling in your stomach, you can feel it coming. It's that feeling in your stomach, you can feel it coming. Yeah, you can feel it coming. Fake love, snake you in your face, love. That snake you in your face, love. I told my brothers we gon' make it, that's how God wrote it. And the snake gon' show his face, cause that's how God wrote it. Too much fake love, that snake you in your face, love. Your face, love. That snake you in your face, love. I told my brothers we gon' make it, that's how God wrote it. And the snake gon' show his face, cause that's how God wrote it. Too much fake love, that snake you in your face, love. Your face, love. That snake you in your face, love. I told my brothers we gon' make it, that's how God wrote it. And the snake gon' show his face, cause that's how God wrote it.
We're still here. I still have my practices. We know who we are. This is who we are. So you can call me colored, you can call me Negro, you can call me black.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
you gotta be
What
kidding
kind of
me.
Indian are you?
Like Tonto Indian?
Shinnecock Indian.
Really? You're a Shinnecock?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know you're a Shinnecock.
Could have fooled me.
That's the kind I am.
Hey.
So you should be Big Chief Bastard, not Old Dirty.
His family was here when Columbus landed, huh?
Is that right?
Yes.
So you are not a black man, you're an Indian?
I'm an Indian.
No kidding. Now, this is a shock.
We are learning more to...
I don't need no gun to do my thing. Mao Zedong said that power grows out the barrel of a gun. He never said that power was a gun. That's why I don't need no gun to do my thing. What I need is some freedom. What I need is the power to determine my destiny.
Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Y'all here, man. This is the pay-per-view. This is the American Guys. I'm gonna let everybody say something before we get started. Peace and blessings to everybody that sent in. Hopefully everybody got their email links. If I can get y'all to drop a fire emoji in the chat, they hear. If y'all can hear everything loud and clear, drop a fire emoji in the chat. Let me know that y'all can hear everything loud and clear. And I'll let A1 take the floor. Go ahead, A1. You got the floor.
Yeah, man, thanks, man. Thanks for throwing me out there, man. Shout out to all the Aborigines, man. Shout out to all the guys, all the goddesses, all the Aborigines, North, South, Central, as well as the conjoined islands. I'm just gonna say a few things before we really get into it. and just understand, like I said on my live stream yesterday, right? You know what? Let me actually just read something for you guys real quick. Just give me 1 second.
Shout out to everybody in the building, man. It's good to see y'all in here, man. We deep in here, man. Shout out to all the American Aborigines. We got 40 people in the building right now. Hopefully we get a few more people off in here. Yeah, let's get it.
All right. So okay, all right, we'll start like this, right? It's widely held belief about indigenous people is that they were primitive culture living in primitive condition at the time of the arrival of Christopher Columbus in 1492. Now remember, I don't subscribe to that Columbus story. I believe it was in 1792, and they changed the whole timelines around. But however it go, this is the perception of what people believe when you say that you are indigenous or Indian, right? Now, understand this, right? Say the dictionary defines primitive as being of an early age, crude, simple, little evolved, unsophisticated, or produced by a people or culture that is non-industrial, often non-literally to tribal. These definitions of primitive suggest that indigenous people lived in undeveloped, simple, and unsophisticated societies at the time of Columbus and Columbus arrival to the Americas. All right, so just gonna play something real quick before we really get into it. Another thing just to back it up. Give me 1 second. All right, so here we go. Just let me know if I'm being heard or not, AP, if my audio is good.
You good? Everything's good. I'll let you know.
All right.
These people civics. Because once the people start looking at civics, they'll start learning not only the principles of jurisprudence, the operative principles of positive law, they will begin to recognize within the confines of the study of jurisprudence, you will also find much of the spiritual background of the customs and traditions of our ancient mothers and fathers that has never been openly attributed to these Asiatics of the land, etc. They will always demonstrate that the Asiatic people of the land were uncivil, or they're just.
Let's understand this. When he say Asiatic, he say Aborigine. Taj, he cross-reference all this, but most of the time he say Aborigine, but he's talking about the Aborigine inhabitants of America. So just follow with me, okay?
Just went around hugging trees and talking about the clouds and the greatness of the mountains, and our people lived over here in the valley over there, and they picked or grew some beans along the river of the Colorado and things like that, and make it appear that our people didn't do anything else but sift sand and fish, etc. When actually much of the technologies that are used around the world were simply a part of the culture. And much of the technologies that are and will be presented to you within these coming months, etc., are not new technologies, but are actually ancient. And some of the technology that you will be learning in the near future is actually a million years old. And much of the other technologies that will be brought to you relative to vibration, colors, healing, etc., even in their more what you call crude form, are over 80, 90, 100 years old that actually has been held back.
All right, so with that being said, we present to you American Gods.
Let's go, man. Let's go. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Hopefully y'all listening close to that introduction, because all the advanced technologies going back millions of years ago, it's meanwhile still going on today. So we're gonna get into it right now, man. I'm gonna let big bro A1 take over, man. Let's get it. If you're talking,
Nah, I'm right here. I thought Jag was gonna say something, but let's do it.
You want to say real quick?
Oh yeah, man, most definitely, sure. You know, I'm just rocking with it, man. Much respect, man. All day, already. Y'all know how we do it, man. My bad, man. Shit. Much respect to the chat. Salute. Y'all know we finna bring it in with a banger, man. I know it's been a minute since y'all seen us all three get it in and really formulate a good build. So we doing this for us and we feed us, man. So much respect and praise and keep raising to your ancestors as mine shall raise with yours. You know, let our minds and bodies and souls connect so we can actually build and apply these things in our lives daily, man, because what we about to show is what we do and what we've been doing since we got here from the beginning of time, man. So much respect, man. Let's get it. It's on you, A1.
All right, peace, peace, peace again. All right, let's get into this. Just give me a minute because I got a lot of stuff pulled up computer and my computer is going crazy. All right, so a lot of matter of fact, let me hit my share screen. So let's get this.
Yeah, you ain't gotta. Whenever you screen, I see it, so you ain't gotta ask. I pull it up so it can come up.
All right, so a lot of the sciences we teaching you are going to be primarily based in, let's say, the Yucatan Peninsula and maybe some North American as well as South American culture, right? I hope by now we're all inconsistent with who the Mayan and the Olmecs and some of these civilizations were, such as the Incas and everything, right? If you're not, let me just pull up a few images. All right, so this is the Olmec for any individual who don't understand, and for me, the reason why the Olmecs is very important is because this was one of the things that kind of like set it for me when I ran into that They Came Before Columbus book by Ivan Van Sertima. Shout out to Ivan Van Sertima. And also I take this time, shout out to all the individuals that I had the pleasure to learn from, that I have learned something from. With that being said, it's a lot of individuals. I really don't want to run it off and lose my train of thought, but most of the individuals that I learned from, I normally shout them out and they know exactly who they are. But when we get into They Came Before Columbus, the Ivan Van Sertima book or whatever you want to call it, right? And when I seen these images of these Olmecs, that solidified it to me that Negroes is already here. And that's what took me on my journey and my understanding, because a lot of times they don't teach us none of this history. Black people came from Africa. We was brought from West Africa, from these different countries within West Africa, and we was brought over here to be slaves. And that's the end of the story until 1865, until the Emancipation Proclamation. Okay, so like I said, I hope by now everybody know what an Olmec is, right? So this is an Olmec, right? So when I'm bringing up this information pertaining to the Yucatan Peninsula, also understand that the Yucatan Peninsula went all the way from Florida, as we know it today, all the way through the Yucatan Peninsula into Texas and up the Mississippi River. That was predominantly what Florida consisted of. And we got facts and evidence to basically substantiate that and, to show and prove, right? So that's one image of, let me see something real quick. This is another image of the Olmecs, right? So I just want to be clear that everybody know that these civilizations are Negroes, okay? Before we start really doing the bill on the terms and the topics that we're going to be covering. Okay, so Olmecs again. Let me go all the way back. All right, so These are also the Mayans. If you haven't seen them, this is the Mendoza Codex, and these dark-skinned Aborigines with the with the braids, because they got locks and everything up under these costumes. And as you see, they holding these mestizos. Now, a lot of people get on because oh well, we all the same. No, we not. No, we not. No, we not. Some of us mix with some of these individuals. That doesn't make their culture our culture. So please understand that. Okay. All right. These are some of the images that they found. These are also Mayans and Olmecs and all that type of stuff. So by now, I guess you get the picture, right? So it's another image of one of the Olmecs that they found in Central America, aka the Yucatan Peninsula. Let me see. Okay, here we go. And also substantiate. These are articles that are dealing with anthropology. I'm just going to pretty much just read the highlighting. So this is an article by Walter Neves, Joseph F. Powers, Andre Proas, and Eric Azalin, and Max Bloom. Okay, and it's basically, it says the morphology affinities of the earliest known Americans, right? So it says Exhibit 1, it says undisputed morphology affinity, firstly with Africans, and secondly with the South Pacific population in the second comparison. The earliest known American skeletons has been close affinities with early Australians. Now that's just one of them. But they're telling you that they melanated. Okay, that's just one of the articles that we're gonna be dealing with, right? So let me see. I think, hold up. This is, no, I don't want to go on that one. I'm looking for one particular one. Matter of fact, I can rock with this one. All right. So it say the first South Americans show a clear resemblance to modern South Pacific and African populations. Okay. Now we know what the people look like, the individuals in the South Pacific, and we know that when they say Africans, they just comparing us to other melanated individuals, right? So this is that actually the same article. Here's another article right here. Let me see. Let me blow it up a little bit. All right. So it's saying these findings suggest that the New World may have been colonized by two very different biology populations, both coming from Asia. It's saying one exhibiting cranial morphology more similar to the first modern humans and still maintained in Africa. And then the other is Australo Melanesians. Okay, now when they throw terms out there like that to us, they basically telling you that they just don't, they want to seem like the people that's here that look like them came from them lands and it wasn't no people here. Okay, so always understand that, right? So just bear with me. All right, this is one I like to use a lot. This is Smithsonian Magazine. Shout out to my brother NY Supreme. He actually sent this to me about 7 years ago, and this was groundbreaking for me right here, right? So DNA from a 12,000-year-old skeleton helped answer the question, who was the first Americans? Okay. All right. So this is the Naya skeleton that was found in the Yucatan Peninsula. One second. So the author of this particular article, he goes into it and say, but there lies a puzzle. Modern Native Americans closely resemble people of China, Korea, and Japan, but the oldest American skeletons do not, say archaeologist and paleontologist James Chatter. Right now, I'm not saying this, but somebody definitely agreed with what we're saying. Right now, when you go into this part right here, let me see. It said the number of early American specimens discovered so far have smaller and shorter faces and longer and narrow skulls than later Native Americans. You see the terms, you see how the verbiage they're using terms like modern and later to basically describe or say that the people that we look at today as so-called Native Americans are not the original inhabitants of this land, more closely resembling the modern people of Africa, Australia, and the South Pacific. Now, remember, the first two articles pretty much deviated to the same same talking points that the first so-called Americans resemble. Now, when you say resemble, that's when you have to put your thinking cap on, saying that basically because, they think all black people look alike, or they created this myth that all so-called melanated people or copper-colored races came from one of these three, whether it's Africa, Australia, or the South Pacific Islands. Now, pretty much. So he goes on to say that this has led to speculation that perhaps the first Americans and Native Americans came from different homelands. So he's specifying the first Americans and Native Americans. Okay, he's not saying that the first Americans are Native Americans. He's pretty much saying that the first Americans are something totally different than so-called Native Americans. And this is how we go into our whole argument when it comes to our history, because we go back, we look at these Native Americans, your family, okay, you do your genealogy, you find out you Cherokee. So now because you think you Cherokee, you go join up or link up with the Eastern Band Cherokee or the Cherokees that's on the Dawes Road. And when you get there, you realize that the majority of the people there don't look like you. So now you're confused on, well, maybe one of my ancestors mixed with one of these individuals. No. The archaeologists, they're telling you, according to the skulls that they found in the soil or the remains that was left in the Americas. And I'm going to say it again. He goes on to say, okay, it's saying, let me start right here. It says narrow skulls than later Native Americans, most closely resembling the modern people. No, I'm sorry. He's showing the differential between Native Americans. Now he's saying the people who are the true Americans are most closely resembling to modern people of Africa, Australia, and South Pacific. Okay, so when we're talking about these individuals, we're talking about our people. We're still trying to figure out, and we're still trying to decipher, decode, and cross-reference this material that was pretty much hidden from us, and we're trying to make sense of it, and we're trying to find out what was our culture and who the fuck are we? Are we these so-called Indians that are praying to the water and praying for rain and doing all of this craziness? Or are we descendants of the motherfucking gods? So with that being said, let's get into it. All right, so I'm going to start. Bear with me. Like I said, my computer is running kind of crazy, but here we go. All right, so we're going to start with 0, because for you to have any civilization or any advanced technical advanced technology civilizations, you need to have a mathematical system in order to build things. You know what I'm saying? You can't have geometry without 0. Okay, so this is why. So the 0 is a numerical symbol that serves as a position, notation, or placeholders. In calculation, it behaves like a natural number. Without the 0, division or fraction are impossible. Many scholars credit the Hindu with inventing the zero. However, the Olmecs, whose culture arose in Mesoamerica in about 1700 BC, invented the zero independently from the same concept that was invented in India in about 595 AD. And the Mesopotamians zero that is thought to be thought to have been invented much earlier. Okay, Mesoamerican scholars believe that the Olmecs was using the zero the same time near 31 BC. The earliest date of the Olmecs carved into stone that has been found by archaeologists. However, logic dictates they were developing and using the concept well before this time. Okay, at the same time they was creating the concept of zero, the Olmecs invented the calendar. It said a bar and dot numerical system and writing. Okay, so check this out. They mentioned two so-called cultures, right? They mentioned the Indians and they mentioned the Mesopotamians, right? Now, when you get into, I'm gonna come back to the Indians, but I want to touch on the Mesopotamians first, right? Now, there's a lot of strange things dealing with Mesopotamia, right? Some people say that Mesopotamia is actually in the Americas, right? Now, here we go right here. All right, whenever it loads up. All right, so look. All right, Mesopotamia. It's saying narrow northeast, southwest orientated geographical region of the northeastern Argentina, comprising of missions, whatever. So they're saying that there's a Mesopotamia today in Argentina. Now, when most people accredit Mesopotamia, they're talking about the Sumerians, which the Sumerians are also credited with the Babylonians and all of the stories surrounding the Middle East, right? Now, I got this article right here. You can't actually see it, but I'm reading it from my phone. I didn't want to pull up because I told you my computer was acting pretty crazy. All right, so, excuse me. All right, so where Peru is at now, right? It is said that that land was called Kubaki, okay? And it said the Sumerians mentioned a land in the west called Kubaki, where they mined valuable metal, okay? Now, this has been basically kind of proven because the Sumerian god also was the Amaru. They had a god called the Amaru. And it's funny that they was in Peru at the same time. Now, a lot of people don't know about this, but also, you know, a lot of people, when you see the Sumerians, you also see, when you look up the Anunnaki and all this other craziness, they basically are the Sumerians. And they show you that same reptilian, winged, I don't know, individual or thing or whatever creature that's holding a bag with the watch on his arm in South America. This is some of so-called Father Crespi collection that pretty much substantiates that the Sumerians, or the people who we refer to as the Mesopotamians, are the Americans, or are the Amarus, or are the Aborigine inhabitants of the Americas, period, right? All right, so look. So let's go back real quick. All right, so they also said that India invented the so-called zero. Now, funny thing, right? They're not saying that the Egyptians invented it. They're not saying that the North Africans or the Africans that lie below the Sahara, which is the sub-Saharans, or like, you know, West Africa is under the Sahara Desert, right? So they're not saying none of these people. They saying the Indians, they saying the Americans, and they saying the Mesopotamians, right? Which I kind of got to understand that Mesopotamians, aka the Sumerians, and these other cultures, the Babylonians, was all in the Americas. Now, India, for example, we see evidence that pretty much shares the same, right? Hold up. All right. So here we go. So the Indians worship the Naga, right? Which you find a Naga also in the Yucatan Peninsula and throughout the regions of the Americas, right? Quetzalcoatl, the Naga, all of this stuff is connected. Also, you find a Naga in India, which that kind of shows you that they had to have some connection to the so-called culture here, right? They go to another image. This is another image, right? So this is in India. See the seven-headed serpent, and this is the so-called Mexicans, which is the Olmecs. And when I say Mexico, not the people who there now, because they are also foreigners as well. We're talking about the melanated, the people who they call Morenos. That's in that region of the Yucatan. That's in Mexico City, where the so-called the largest trading place, which is Tenochtitlan, was at, right? So they giving you a connection. They showing you that in India they worship the Naga, which is the seven-headed snake god, and also they saying that in Mexico you find the same thing, and in Siberia you also find a similar carving. But we're dealing with Mexico and India at this point in time, right? Okay, so let's go here real quick. All right, so right here, I'm not going to really get into this article in its entirety, but I'm just going to kind of like just turn you on to something that can pretty much change your perspective about us not going or traveling to other places and taking this science that we created here. Because it's kind of funny, right? How can we create something independently that's pretty much got the same meaning? Like, so how are we getting downloads? Or was this culture taught? Was taught to us, or we went to India and taught, or we built colonies? Because we know that the original Indians are not the original people that lie in India today, which is Hindustan. They was melanated, they had afros, etc. Right? All right, so this is the article right here, right? That pretty much says the Hinduism and Mayans and Aztec and Inca, Sumerian, same culture proof. So as he go into the article, he shows the similarities throughout these three so-called cultures, and he kind of like tie them together. Like one of them definitely was the Naga, in which I just went over. Let me see. All right, so he's saying both cultures had recorded elaborate ceremonies in order to request their god for helping in human affairs such as agriculture. Both cultures seem to have similar concepts of God, nature, and their relationship with God. The creation myth also seems to be very similar to both cultures. Both believed in the cycle of creation. Both cultures believe that it took God 5 attempts to create the earth and mankind, and they finally got it right on the 5th attempt. Now, these is just cultures that they say are similar, which, like I said, man, my whole stance is that all of this stuff was created in the Americas. We was traveling, we went to other places, and I know that this is kind of far-fetched because, like I said, a lot of people still stuck on what they see these Native American people, that's hugging trees and praying for rain and all this other stuff. We're not them people. We had a highly advanced civilization here in the Americas. Okay, so let's go. Let's keep it moving, right? All right. So one of the next things that basically shows what zero is good for. And then I'm gonna get to kind of expressing my views or my understanding on how the importance of zero, but I definitely want to get into the base 20 math system. All right, so it's a mathematics is based in the number that when risen to certain powers, it's saying make up a basic units used for counting. For example, the components used as placeholders in the Arabic, the Arabic-based 10 system that is common throughout the world today. It's saying are ones, tens, hundreds, and thousands. Now think of it like this, right? You can't get past the number 9 without 0. Most people do not use 0 before 1. Most 0 is mainly used to basically add on numbers as you go past the number 9. So once you go past from 1 through 9, then you get 10, then you get 11 through 20, then you get 20 through 30, then you get 30 through 40, 40 through 50, and all the way till you get to 100. Then it start recalculating itself, and then it works its way up to 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, millions, 10 millions, etc. Okay, so that's the reason why the 0 is so important. All right, so when you basically adding on, or you're taking inventory, which our people did in certain fashions, right? We needed a higher or more advanced level of calculation, which the 0 plays into part. Because like I said, once you go through 1 through 9, you can't get to 10 if you don't have a numeric expression such as a 0. Okay, so this is pretty much showing and proving how important the number 0 is. And it's saying that, let me see something, hold up. I'll go ahead to, got something else to cross-reference it. All right, so all right, so here we go. It says the Mayans were great architects, mathematicians, astronomers, and artists. In their time, they built cities as great, as grand, and beautiful as anything in Europe or the Far East. They was one of the only few people who invented the 0, a concept extremely important to mathematics. Okay, so like I said, this is something that's very important, because there would be no highly civil, there would be no highly advanced math if it wasn't for the number 0. Okay, now, like I said, they saying that we was also dealing with mathematics, not just creating 0. So obviously the mathematic system that may exceed the Americas may have been created by the people here in America. And that's pretty much to show and prove that this is one science that all cultures, and it's basically a universal expression dealing with math. And they say numbers lie. People lie, numbers don't lie. Okay, so I just wanted to touch on that. So I'm gonna get into the next thing. Also, let me see something real quick. I don't know. I did a little PowerPoint for you guys. I don't normally do PowerPoints, but hey, why not? So this is just break down exactly what my presentation will be about. Give me a second. All right, so this is me, Ahanu Kiel, aka A1, aka Tasha's one. All right, and I'm gonna be presenting the number 0, which we just went over. Astronomical observatories, the calendar, the Olmec bridges, as well as the road system. All right, so went through 0 already. Now we're gonna get here. All right, so astronomical observatories. All right. All of these sciences tie together. Okay. Let's see something real quick, because it was something that I was looking for particularly. All right, here we go. This is exactly what it is. All right, so observatories are structures that are designed and equipped for the purpose of observing astronomical events. Mesoamerican and South American and Dean astronomers constructed towers from which they could watch the movement of the planets, as well as observe other astronomical features and events. Although culture groups throughout the world observed the planets and stars and recorded their movement, the stone structures of the Mesoamerican and the South American Andean culture groups are significant because they show the emphasis these early astronomers placed on making clear and accurate observation. In North America, as well as the Anasazi, who culture flourished in the southwest and north of North America from about 350 BC to about 1450 AD, built structures with windows aligned for the observation of the celestial events. The Pawnee, a North American plain culture group, used their earth lodges for observatories. All right, so you go down, boom, getting into the Mayans. The Mayan astronomers use fixed locations such as temples to observe the sun, moon, and the planets and the stars at the horizon by placing cross sticks along the lines of sight. The Mayan culture arose in Mesoamerica in about 1500 BC. The constellation Syria was an important part of the Mesoamerican cosmology, as well as Venus, a planet whose movement the Mayas both recorded and predicted in calendars and almanacs. The Mayas used the astronomical observation to plan buildings. All right, so it's a sea architect, which one of the brothers will be touching on in a minute, as well as cities, sea urban planners, which one of the brothers will also be touching on. All right, so the rock cow in Chichen Itza is an example of a Mayan building with the astronomically aligned windows. All right, so let me show you a little bit of this. I got the image pulled up. Yes, I do. So this is it right here. All right, so this is an image of it right here, right? But I have another image for you guys. Let me see. All right, that's it. Hold on, this is it right here. So let me blow it up a little bit. All right, so this is the observatory that they found in Itza, Mexico, right? And you see the dome-like structure right now. I believe it has windows at top of the dome, but I guess through the weather and through the elements, it kind of broke down the structure over years. We don't know exactly how old this particular structure is, even though the Europeans are always trying to create some goddamn dates to keep it within their timeline or whatever. We don't know how old this shit can be a million years old for all we know. But however it go, right? The top of the dome, it swivels. Okay, it swivels around, so it moves. I don't know how advanced architects or dealing with brick and stone masonry you have to be in order to move.
I gotta just that thing moves.
Yes, it swivels.
Yeah, like from the top. Yeah, from the top, middle, and like that bottom of the top of the roof, it all turns. Yeah,
that's right. And also you see it actually got 3 doors. You can see 2 of the doors that's actually present. The other door is probably on the other side. And what it does is it tracks it tracks. Hold on, let me get into the article because the article kind of explains it better. So, all right. So this is another look at it right here. All right, so this building, excuse me, one of few circular structures built by the Maya, is believed to have been used for astronomical observation. I'm sorry, hold up. Let me see something. Hold on. I think it's this other one. Let me see, because the other one got right to exactly what I wanted to do. But no, nonetheless, though, how it go, right? So it's saying this so-called Karakal or observatory is a structure built in the form of a large circular tower set on a platform with the central staircase. The base is set on another rectangular platform, decorated with the coordinates of the rounded corners on the upper part. The Karab, my bad, man. Every time I say this shit, I always butcher it up. The Karakal is really built of 3 superimposed buildings. All right, it's saying the first part of the cylindrical tower is formed by 2 concentric walls, which enclose a pair of circular chambers, each with 4 doorways. Okay, so this is another look at it right here, right? So pretty much, it shows that how it tracks, it traces the equinox too, right? So in one of the articles I had, it says that one of these doors, it follows the movement of the planets or whatever. And I'm gonna put this out there too, right? I believe the Earth is flat. I don't believe in no other planets. But however, for the sake of this argument, I don't know exactly what our ancestors was looking for beyond the clouds. I don't have no understanding of it. But for the sake of the article, this is how it's directed. Because I know a lot of other people believe the Earth is flat, and they have heard that it wasn't no planets. So I don't know as far as what our ancestors were looking for. But nonetheless, though, okay, it's the 3 doors. One of the doors, basically, it starts at March 21st. The next door starts at, I believe, June 21st. And then the last door starts at September 21st. Now, many people have heard that there was only, I believe, 9 months. The original so-called calendar only had 9 months, which I'm going to get into next after AP go. But however it goes, that they said it was tracking March 21st, June 21st, as well as September 21st. Okay, so there's also another one. Let me show this one real quick. This is one of the oldest ones. This is actually in Peru. All right, so this is Chanquillo. Okay, that's how that's pronounced, I guess. Let me see if I got a better image of it. Let me blow it up for you guys.
Yeah, basically what they were studying was they was observing certain positions.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Light in no, I was saying what they was doing was they was observing certain positions of light that they was noticing in the sky and how it affected nature and how it created certain forces or how certain things made things react and even people, so it's really like more so studying the energy or the force of how they were seeing the light forces in the sky and was able to utilize the where now how they made the observatory move. It had to be some type of magnetic connection that they picked up on. You know what I'm saying? Because
Yeah. But I'm saying, like, as far as how they tell us, they're telling us that they're tracing planets or tracking planets. Like you got scientists that pretty much said that planets are not solid objects like they give us the 9 planets.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And they saying that they are not even solid objects. So that's somebody's figment of their imagination, whoever created these solid planets or whatever. They saying that when you look up in the when you look up, the planets look like blinking lights underwater with the most sophisticated telescope known to man. They cannot even make out a solid object. So I don't know who idea was it to make a round ball shaped planet when they, you know what I'm saying, they don't really have no idea. But for the sake of our ancestors, we don't know exactly what they was looking at up there in the sky. But I just wanted to throw that out there because I do know that there's some people that's probably in the chat room or probably that's viewing this this bill who don't believe in the same thing that I'm talking about, who believe that the earth is also flat as well. But nevertheless, our ancestors had, you know, something that is very important today, dealing with astronomy, dealing with cosmology. We, like I said, we built these observatories, which these people are building today. So this is something that was built thousands of years ago that is still in function as well as today, and as well as the base 20 number system as well as the number 0. So with that, I'm gonna stop right here, and I'll let AP go. When you ready, AP?
Yeah, I'm ready, man. I'm ready. I'm over talking with my mic muted, man. Yeah, I'm ready to get it in, man. Absolutely.
All right, let's get it, man.
You already know.
All right.
Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Peace and blessings. Let me mute you. Peace and blessings to everybody in the building, man. Shout out to everybody, man. Hopefully y'all listen to what the brother just said. He just laid out the format. And we're going to deal with first Americans. We got to deal with the first cities in America, all right? Constructed by, obviously, the first Americans. Y'all can see on the screen clear. Let's try to adjust this. All right, cities, first American cities, 1200 BC. And that's a little bit over 3,000 years ago. That's exactly 3,200 years ago. And it says cities are centers of population. In addition to being places where people live, they tend to be focal points for commercial and culture. Many of the 75 to 100 million indigenous residents of the Western Hemisphere were urban dwellers before European colonists. So what it's saying is the people here in America built structures. So when you see things like Chachula, you see things like Takal, you even see the Pueblo style homes. These are already structures that was already built here. When you look at the imagery that you see behind Montezuma, these are the structures that's been talked about that was here 3,000 years ago. Okay, so 3,000 years ago, these things was here before the colonists. It also said the oldest city site that has been found is El Esporo, which is in now Peru. Shout out to Pocahontas. If you're going down to Peru, check out this location, which is one of the oldest cities. It was built 3000 BC. That's 5,000 years ago. And this is not Corral Supe. This is another city that's just as old as Corral Supe, but it took some urban planning. When we mean by urban planning, we mean the apartment complexes. We mean Quebecers. We mean all type of different homes like you will see. Matter of fact, they start taking on the similar look that you see in New Orleans. If you see these apartment or these Pueblo style houses, they start to take more of a urban look 3,000 years ago, 5,000 years ago, especially in Peru. They quit building the pyramidal structures and started building urban developments. You see what I'm saying? And in El Esporo, right? That's 3,000 years ago, 3,000 BC, which is 5,000 years ago. It's famous now for its pyramids. Some indigenous urban centers or cities include culture centers, Poverty Point in what is now Louisiana, right? Also had cities as well. And that's why I showed you that particular image just a second ago that was on the screen, because this is from New Orleans. This is from the New Louisiana area. So this is how urban development started to take place in some of these great cities 5,000 years ago. Okay, so let's read on just a little more just to get into it. It said, where we at with it? Oh, it says some indigenous lived in urban centers and cities include culture centers, Poverty Point in what is now Louisiana, the Holcomb City or Snake Town in the Southwest Desert, and the Inca city of Machu Picchu. The Mayan towns of Tikal, Copac, Chichen Itza, and the Yucatan large villages, which is pretty much a handful of the places that A1 just illustrated just now. These would have been some of your first cities. These are some of the most urban developments that you can find. These are some of the most urban developments that you can find. We're going to move on down to city, right? We're going to move on down just a little bit. We're going to go down to, sorry about that. We're going to move on down to civic centers because this is all part of the history as well. So when we get into places like Alabama and all these particular places, we're going to highlight civic centers. This is pre-contact as well. It also said many population centers throughout the pre-Columbian Americas were arranged around a main plaza or a civic center. Often these plazas were laid out and based on astronomical alignments. The Olmec was the first great Mesoamerican civilization, which arose about 1700 BCE, which almost 4,000 years ago, constructed cities with ball courts and centers in the center of its city. So we'll get the ball courts later on. We're going to actually get the ball courts here in a second. But one of the most splendid things that I like to talk about is some of the structures. A civic center. A civic center would have been a huge building that the Aboriginal people would have been able to come to. They would be able to come to these places and simply convey they time and effort and lay after long travels. They will be able to gain interest of the people. They wouldn't have to pay. It was already paid for. It was already taken out of their tax system. You understand me? It said Mississippian towns in North America were also. Let me take this off the screen. Apologize. Sorry about that. It said Mississippi towns in North America were also arranged with around a central plaza. The Grand Plaza at Cahokia, located in what is now southern Illinois, and comprised 40 acres and was surrounded by temples and the homes of leaders. The construction of Cahokia was began in about what we call in about 800 AD, right? So that's about 1,200 years ago. Compounds of dwellings and surrounded smaller community plazas scattered throughout the site. The Natchez, another mound building Mississippi people living in what is now Louisiana, also built plazas. Mississippian culture began about 1500 BCE and it flourished about 800 AD. And we're gonna say that's a lie. We know they thrived all the way up to the time of antebellum slavery, because when we go back and look at one of the most magnificent houses in Alabama is the Windsor House. The Windsor House is one of the most beautifulest things that you can even find. It's beautiful, magnificent. You understand me? And here go ruins of the Windsor House. Now, this is just the petrified concrete and metal frame of the largest mansion ever built in North America, and it resides in Mississippi, which is not ironic where they just said they built these great palaces and these great centers, these great buildings, and with these great structures and these great monuments and homes. If you're not familiar with the Windsor House of Alabama, Mississippi, make sure y'all look that up. Okay. We're gonna also read a little more again. Let's read a little more. I'm gonna highlight this. Plazas was also the integral part of the North American and the southwestern cities. The Anasazi built, who constructed Pueblos, Bonitos, and other misdistorted adobe buildings in Chaco Canyon. located in what is now New Mexico, arranged them in large courtyards, and then served as a common area. The Anasazis, the ancestors of today's Pueblo people, lived in the North American southwestern starting about 350 BCE. They began to build their cities filled with adobe apartment complexes. And adobe is more of brick. It's more brick. And a lot of people like to say mud huts and various different things like that. No, these are not mud huts. These are not mud huts. They would have went through the same construction that you see here. They would have went through some of the same damn construction that you see here. So we're gonna illustrate some of this construction that's on the screen. By the way, let's pull that up right quick. Let's pull it up. All right. Yeah, man. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Make sure y'all hit that like button, thumb up the video. Hopefully, y'all are enjoying the live stream. We just now kicking it off, man. We about to come with it. I don't know why they keep taking me to the same thing. All right. Let me share the screen. Get the ball courts. All right, now let's get it, man. We got the apartment complexes pulled up. Let me get this off the screen. If you're ready, let's go. All right, apartment complexes. This is also part of the first American cities. If these 75 to 1 million people living in these towns, you're not just having large open area just full of land in one huge house. You would have had apartment complexes similar to what you see now. So we're going to get into some of that here in a second. It said apartment complexes, multi-family dwellings. That goes back 1 AD. So that's like 2,000 years ago. They started building apartment complexes. All right. It said indigenous peoples from the tribes in both North America and Mesoamerica lived in grouping and multi-family dwellings that contain living quarters for the families, as well as shared in common with the other families. Although multi-family dwellings were built by other cultures, American Indians constructed some of the largest, most impressive in the world. Excuse me. The residents of the first urban center in the world built the oldest of such major complexes in America, the city of Teotihuacan, which is located in what is now central Mexico on the site of the Mexico City. The city flourished in the first 1,000 years after AD. And it was only Mesoamerican cities that have multi-family dwellings. Archaeologists who are unsure of who these people of Teotihuacan were, where they came from, and what happened to them. We have found remains of their block work after block of one of the stories of stucco adobe apartments. So now listen, when they talking about adobe apartments, they're simply talking about these style. Now these are made of all handmade wood, brick mixed with gravel and other concrete, and it goes through a process to waterproof it so it can withstand the weather. And then they construct these constructions. These constructions but this one in particular goes back 2,000 years old. It's 2,000 years old. And what's significant about it is still being in use today. They even had hot and cold water running through this. Hot and cold running water through this. It said multi-family dwellings. And this particular picture is from the National Archives and Records Administration at College Park. It said multi-family dwellings and the first American apartment complex were common throughout the Southwest Taos Pueblos, still occupied today. It is a prime example of Pueblo style of architecture invented by the Anasazi, who began building their structures in the Southwest around 700 AD, right? And they know that they had these in Teotihuacan as well, as what we just read. They had these same apartment complex, which don't look too much different than the ones you see in New Orleans. Maybe a little update, maybe a little different. This comes from the people who had the same signs that they call Poverty Point. This is the same people that they would have called at Poverty Point. Let me pull up my screen again. Apologize about that. All right. What else would they have in some of these particular cities, in some of these neighborhoods? They would have had basketball. And in basketball, you have basketball courts, right? And let's zoom in on this basketball court right here. This basketball court goes back. We're going to get into this. All right. Let's read this right quick at the bottom. Basketball court, similar to this one at Xolo in what is now Mexico, served as a playing field for the games invented by the Olmec, whose culture arose at what, like we said, 1700 BCE. Players earned points by passing a rubber ball through a vertical stone ring, the wall at each other quarter of the end of the court. Each other's ring and goal was at each end of the court, similar to how we see basketball played today. It's really no different. It would have been just like this. You see what I'm saying? The people here would have been able to simply fill up these areas, and you often, which is weird in this particular structure, in this picture, is often when you see ball courts, you see another large structure or three pyramids somewhere in close proximity. So within this photo, I know it's three pyramids around here, whether they illustrate it or not. Let's get into some of the basketball culture here in just a second. We'll get into some of that. Sorry about that, you guys. Wait. Shout out to everybody in the building. Appreciate everybody for tapping in. Shout out to everybody for tapping in. Basketball. Let's get into basketball. What would have been played on these courts? Basketball, a team sport in which points are scored by throwing a rubber ball through the hoop. It is an all-American game. This is, most people believe, was invented 100 years ago. In truth, it was played by American Indians, the first Americans in the first American cities, 3,000 years ago. The Olmec culture, who lived in what is now Mexico and Central America, or the southern parts of North America, right from 1700 to 400 BCE, originated the game because of latex producing trees grew in the area, and they had developed the technology to create and made rubber from it. So because this game is one of the first one known to have used rubber balls, many anthropologists considered it to be, what did it say? Shit, my computer freezing. My bad. Because of this game, the first one known to have been used as a rubber ball, many anthropologists considered it to be the forerunner for all modern games that use bouncing balls, including basketball, soccer, and football. Both nobles and commoners played in the game, or nearly every oscillant male practice, and the noble sponsored professional basketball teams that played on their feast day, usually like ceremonies. So they had sponsors sponsoring this shit and everything, man. I'm talking about a lot of science when it goes into these. And when you got places like Kitchen or you got the school down in Pueblo, Mexico. Go look up the high school. It's a ball court just like this in the middle of the field, in the middle of the whole schoolyard, and they got it set up as if it's a basketball court, which it really is a basketball court. It goes back 3,000 years ago, but they got modern basketball court equipment on it right now. So even when you go back and look at things like that, you even starting to see how people produce rubber. There's no way we're running around buck naked with sheepskin on when we have the science to create rubber. When we invented corn, and we know corn is one of the biggest use for silk today. You get silk clothing out of the hull from corn. And you mean to tell me we wasn't wearing silk and wearing rubber and putting this science together? I'm not going to be long-winded. I'm going to get into my other spiel, but I'm going to allow Jaguar Olmec to get ready to come in and do his thing. But I do want to read this real quick before we go past. I do want to read this real quick before we go past. Sorry about that. The notion that two distinct games developed and supported by the fact that the pre-Columbian basketball courts were built in two shapes, one like a capital T and the other one like a capital I. Both courts were large, 20 to 30 feet wide and 40 to 50 feet long. They were surrounded by 8.5-foot whitewashed walls. On which of the hoops were mounted, a line on the ground divided the court in half. So it's describing the way the game was. It even had locker rooms. It even had ancient areas for the people to go up under and watch it at eye level, and also be able to commentate on it with acoustic barrier sounds inside of the rooms. Acoustic barrier soundings meaning if I was to whisper in that little area, the whole area above will be able to hear your whisper. All right. Ancient technology. I'm gonna let my brother Jaguar Olmec grab a hold of it. Peace and blessings, everybody. Hopefully y'all enjoying the live stream. Let's get it.
Yo, man. Hey, y'all see what it is, man. We're breaking down the complete science from almost zero to, well, we're going past 9, because now you dealing with people, you dealing with economics, you dealing with community service, you dealing with community health. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm about to get into, man. Something simple, real quick, something light. You know, let me share my screen real quick. And of course, you know, it's just things that we got to really understand, man. That's what we here for, and that's what we here to break down, man. It's not nothing that we should be afraid of, because there's nothing new under the sun. Now, what I want to start out with, of course, the topic of and people having an advanced civilization, you know, right here where we at. Of course, you know, we had to be doing this for like longer than man. Something.
Hey, big bro, let me get a mic check. You breaking up a little bit. Mic check, mic check. Let's get a mic check. Go ahead. Let's fix it up. You breaking up a little bit.
Okay, well, yeah. Can you hear me now?
Mic check, mic check.
You good? I'm good. Yo.
Yeah, it was breaking up bad, but go ahead. You got it now. You back clear a little bit.
Okay. All right. So, like I was saying, if y'all can hear me, making sure I'm clear again. I'm clear for real.
Now you going back out again. Get close to your Wi-Fi modem if you can. But
I just want to make sure I ain't breaking up.
Yeah, you breaking up, big bro. Bad.
All right, just give me a couple of seconds. You can hold up. Give me a mic check.
You good? I'm good. You hear me?
Yeah, you sound good now.
Yo. I'm good.
Yeah, you sound good. You can hear me?
Yeah. All right. Yeah, my bad. Once again, man.
I think you got to do it, Jack.
You think I'm on a delay?
Yeah, jump off and come back on. You got a delay.
All right. 1 second. Get right, man.
We get that right. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. While we fix that right quick, we're gonna take a quick 60-second break. We'll be right back in just a second, you guys. Make sure y'all hit that like button.
Yeah. Hey man, all I'm saying is, nigga, you always got something to say. It's like you don't shut up.
Blazing on the track.
A lot of niggas died 1865. Single Michael fled, how I ain't gon' let it ride. Everybody hollering black was never on your side. They do maps to tell your apps where you sleep at night. They put that white man on. Got you begging them for answers like that white man know. Had you swearing you was African, that's that white man home. Had you proud to be a savage, that's that white man's zone. And I ain't talking shit, this by definition. And being savage was our nature, y'all be non-existent. We done took your ass out when we was in them kitchens. Instead of showing you how to live and how to maintain business. White supremacy fake. Only way that shit real is if you do what they say. We the guards of the gate, so when they say they fear God, now you know what they made.
All right, we back. Mike Jack's back with us.
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, sound a lot better. Be clear. Let's get it.
Word. Okay. Yeah, man. My bad again. All right. So yeah, like I was saying, man, we gonna keep it moving, man. Basically, I want to keep it spiritually inclined, understanding the small things, really understanding how long ago we really been doing this thing, advancing and enhancing our lives, our livelihoods, studying, cooperating with each other respectively, and with conditional harmony. This is what it brings. It brings civic centers. It brings monuments of greatness. It brings apartments. It's gonna bring us together to be able to do great things. And one thing they didn't really mention, of course, seeing us in a pre-contact notion. Once again, I'm gonna go over compulsory education. And with that, we all know this is something that we use today, what I'm saying? Classroom setting. And of course, they're going to get into a little bit of the Aztec, we all know, but it's going to get into later on how all the tribes all over the Americas had some form of education system, you know what I'm saying? So we got compulsory education pre-contact, you know what I'm saying? Mesoamerican, South American, North American, Arctic cultures. So this is the whole Americas, you know what I'm saying? Compulsory education is formal schooling that has mandatory attendance. It said all Aztec young people between the ages of 10 and 20 receive compulsory formal schooling. The Aztec Empire was established about 1100 AD in Mesoamerica. It says male Aztec children who did not come from the ruling classes lived at schools called Teopacalis or Teopachilos, or whatever you want to say, which meant youth house. In Nuado, the Aztec language, female children also attended these schools, but historians are not certain whether they boarded there or attended them as day schools. So they wanted to add that in for notion. It says the young men and women were instructed separately. However, both received training in singing, dancing, and playing musical instruments. All right. So I mean, once again, you had to be pretty much well beyond primitive to be in a setting where you can actually construct all this and carry all these displays of systems, music, learning, you know what I'm saying? And you got people singing too. So I mean, obviously there was some love in the air. You know what I'm saying? It says, according to Father Diego Duran, who observed the schools in the 1500s, students were taught to be well-mannered, to respect their elders, to serve, to obey, given papers on how they were to serve their lords. It says to move along them and be polite to them. It says oratory was also taught in these schools. which was how to, speak correctly. It says during their schooling, the boys worked on projects such as carrying firewood for the temples, making roads, okay, and repairing buildings. All right. So there had to be buildings here, when nobody staying in, just a hut or a tent made with hide, you know, with running water and all this and that. You know what I'm saying? This is some advanced stuff, pre-contact. It says the main focus of their training was learning military skills. Once again, this ain't no play. You know what I'm saying? Shout out again to Money Bay, showing the Solomon Sir Jones on even how we had schools of military and combat fighting. I actually have a few images uh that I like to show. This is some old images of a school. Of course, it wouldn't be pre-contact days, but hey, this just to show, this is something that's been going on since they can even remember, and probably before any other foreign ever came to this country. You see what I'm saying? Who knows? This is some millions of years stuff. You know what I'm saying? Just looking at people come together and doing stuff like this. Of course, look at that. The structure of the housing. All our people right here at a school. The young children. You see what I'm saying? This ain't no. It's just something to show that this is old pictures. I think this was back in the 1700s right here. I think one of these pictures. I'm not for sure for certain. I had a lot more other stuff. This is another one too. You know what I'm saying? Just to give people, hey, and you can find this more than likely going to your local museum in your area, especially if from where I'm at. You would see going to see, what they would show as old schools or ancient schools or whatever. In my area, I will be showing the footage on the next go round of my museum, actually showing you pictures of the old schools that are now schools still to this day. Some of them got knocked down, and I actually did a video showing a school that was built on a mound, Verenas School, Verenas Elementary. And me and my wife was talking the other day, and it's ever since she known, it's always been a copper colored principal at that school. Now I might be wrong. It could have been another, I'm not saying that it wasn't ever another race or anything that became principal or leader of that school, but I'm just saying, just for what we speaking on, right now to this day, there's a copper colored principal at that school. So just keeping it in sync with what we got. But I'm gonna keep reading. It says, so with the military tactics, it says we can also look at that. It says these skills included archery and sword fighting. And I'm pretty sure, you wondering, okay, well, darn, hey, pre-contact, like I say, they telling us we out in the woods flirting around trying to, kill deer with sticks and stuff like that, or spears, you know what I'm saying? But we got actual sword fighting classes and archery classes pre-contact. You know what I'm saying? This is not a game, people. This is not a game. It says children of noble attended Kalmekas, exclusive schools that were connected to a large temple. Okay, so kind of like a university, if you would say, or maybe even would you say a lodge? You know what I'm saying? It says here they received leadership training with an emphasis on self-control, obedience, and discipline. All right. Promising youths from the lower classes were also sometimes selected to attend these special schools. In addition to being groomed for government administrative positions, students were trained for the priesthood and the military. All right, you know what I'm saying? And we still have this going on to this day. Of course, more of our people have to do things in a more private sector, and we got to do things according to how we know what we know. But in the public forum, we still got our people out here, man, who real jegnas and chiefs
and leaders for real and in our communities, man. And much respect and much support and love to them. You know what I'm saying? It says, according to Frey Duran, the classes taught at the Kamekas included instructions in the arts, military skills, religion, technological skills, and astronomy. All right. It says etiquette was also a major focus of the curriculum. All right. So etiquette, you know what I'm saying? Knowing how to really present yourself. You know, you're not just finna come here being a bum, acting any type of way, saying whatever. You know what I'm saying? You're not finna just, basically show your ass and show out. You know what I'm saying? This is a real school. This is a temple. It's not just a school. What we talking about? So basically, it says in addition to hands-on instruction methods, students learn from studying textbooks. It says see also books. You know what I'm saying? It says students who attended the Kamekas were expected to perform community service. It says unlike the manual labor engaged in by boarding school students, the children of the nobility helped the priests during ceremonies and engaged in other tasks that would prepare them for the responsibilities that they were expected to shoulder as adults. All right. So, like I say, once again, man, this is something that never really left our communities. I just think it's something that kind of happened with, getting our families divided as, time went on, people kind of getting a little too adaptive to the US corporate way, you know what I'm saying, instead of actually keeping their family ties and strings together. A lot of people say, well, hey, I got a PhD now, and none of you are trying to get one, so I don't have to deal with none of you. I got a whole new people I can deal with, which to each his own, you know what I'm saying? More power to you, man. There's nothing wrong with people doing that. Nobody should and can be judged for that. But what I'm saying is me as a person, coming into this, looking back, hey, yes, I could have went to college and furthered my education with a master's and all, but I said, well, before I do that, I need to really see what's going on and see how I can enhance me and my people all at one, So here I am today. It says, in South America, the Inca, whose empire was established in what is now Peru in about 1000 AD, also had compulsory schooling for the sons of nobility. All right. It says the Inca did not provide education for children of the lower classes. All right. So lower classes, as in, maybe if you just really didn't prove yourself, or, maybe you weren't just hygienically accepted, when nobody was judged, but hey, maybe you just didn't have that option with dealing with the Inca people. It says teachers called Muertas in the Quechua, the Inca language, instructed their students in a wide range of subjects. It says including astronomy, music, philosophy, history, religion, martial arts, poetry, and government. It says students learn how to encode and read information from quipus, which were knotted strings that were used for accounting and to record laws and history. And that I know you probably gonna find that in calendars when you get in that A1. It says they were also given military training. It says boys typically received 4 years of schooling at a school in Cusco. It says the Inca capital, all right, which was Cusco. It says the teachers lived in the schools, which were called Yaka Huaki, or teaching houses. It says girls of conquered people that showed special talents were selected as chosen women at the age of 10. It says they were brought to Cusco and taught cooking, weaving, spinning, and other domestic arts as well as religion. All right. After this training, the Inca emperor decided whether they would be placed to work in a temple or spend their lives serving him. Now, we all know how that go. I don't think it was like that in a sense, but you know, probably over the years of time, who knows? You can't judge every emperor and say, you know, they did that and they was handling things like that. You know what I'm saying? Everybody didn't have the same nature. It says, although not compulsory in the sense of Aztec and Inca schooling, other American Indian tribes had formal education systems long before the arrival of Europeans. Okay. It says, for example, the Inuit of East Greenland receive instruction in specific skills like whale hunting and kayak making from specialized instructors for a fee. Feats of strength and drum singing were also taught. All right. So once again, like I say, uh compulsory education, you know, I know it sounds light, but we got to really realize what's going on and what's taking place here, right here today, and who we are allowing to give us our compulsory education and why we never knew that we had compulsory education coming up, learning this in school. You know what I'm saying? Of course, they told us we had schools and we had our own educations. You know, we had our own systems. But if you think about it, how they gonna tell you that and tell you at the same time you was a slave? You know, so just within 30 years of so-called being set free, all of a sudden you got thriving schools with militaries and stuff like this and teach children how to actually, you know, fish and use guns and weapons and you know, like AP, play basketball, soccer, football, you know what I'm saying? Like, is this you mean to tell me people were slaves then? There's no way possible, man. It's just no way possible. You know what I'm saying? So it all makes sense once you really put it all together. That's why, you know, I'm glad these brothers went in on how they went in with everything to where we at now, man. So matter of fact, I'm gonna do consensus management right quick since it's not that long, just to show how more intrigued we were. And this is pre-contact, and this is just North American. So they only give this to us, you know what I'm saying? And it's crazy because all of a sudden, you know, the US come and we have a census, which is a whole nother classification of a people, you know, that never even came up with the classifications. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, but here it says pre-contact North American cultures consensus management. It says management by consensus is the practice of making decisions based on the general agreement of the group. Many business leaders in the late 20th century believe this form of management is an enlightened one because it results in workers having a vested interest in corporate policy. Just however, Indian tribes throughout North America practice management by consensus. It says, although leaders govern Indian peoples, these leaders did not command people to carry out orders. Instead, they generally served by example. It says decision making for matters affecting the tribe generally took place in council meetings that often lasted until complete consensus was reached out. It says so that even those who did not totally agree with the choice had a chance to resign themselves to it. Says the process, although sometimes lengthy, drew on the collective wisdom of tribal members and created a unified sense of community. So once again, man, you know, and you know, we don't went over the Iroquois Confederation, articles of, you know, confederation and stuff like that, man. Basically, you know, international rights, human rights is what they call it now. You know what I'm saying? Basically, just copy that from that. Um, I mean, once again, you know, you're not gonna be, you know, living like this and doing things like this without having an actual uh civilization that is enhanced. You know what I'm saying? This is not play here. So I wanted to get that in because it ties in with everything. But of course, y'all know how I get down. We're gonna stick with the landscape a little bit. Bear with me. Since we are getting on to, you know, the advancement of our people, I feel it's only fair to, you know, at least get into a little bit of the agriculture and just really show people, what exactly had level.
Yeah, you hold up, real
With
quick, hold up, real
the
quick. You can hear me, Jack?
Mic check, mic check.
Mic
I
check.
begin to tidy up my.
Why I can't even hear.
Mic
Jack.
check. I think you delay again, Jack.
All right.
If you want to jump off and come back on, but go ahead. I'll let you finish up though.
You.
I don't think he can hear us.
You.
Yeah, he got a little delay.
I'm delayed again?
Nah, I'm just saying he just dropped out. Hey, listen, people in the chat room and the viewers, sorry for the technical issues we having. I don't know, is this by coincidence or is he really having technical problems? But just bear with us, and like I said, we're gonna get through this, all right?
Yeah, you
shout
know
out to everybody in the chat room.
Information, man. So shout out to everybody in the building, man. While we wait on Jaguar to come back and finish up, man, I'm gonna give y'all time to hit that like button, enjoy yourself, get y'all something to drink. We'll be back in the next 60 seconds, man. We'll be back in 60 seconds.
See, my life has been in motion. I'm a little windy. I'm not giving up yet. If you with me, time to place up your bet. Ain't no turning back, got niggas who ran. When we caught his ass, got caught in that jam. Yeah, you know who I am. Yeah, you know who I am. I can feel it coming. I can feel it coming. It's that feeling in your stomach, you can feel it coming. It's that feeling in your stomach, you can feel it coming. Yeah, you can feel it coming. Fake love, that snake you in your face, love. That snake you in your face, love. I told my brothers we gon' make it, that's how God wrote it. And the snake gon' show his face, cause that's how God wrote it. Too much fake love, that snake you in your face, love. Your face, love. That snake you in your face, love. I told my brothers we gon' make it, that's how God wrote it. And the snake gon' show his face, cause that's how God wrote it. Too much fake love, that snake you in your face, love. Your face, love. That snake you in your face, love. I told my brothers we gon' make it, that's how God wrote it. And the snake gon' show his face, cause that's how God wrote it.
Shout out to Jaguar, Olmec, shout out to Johnson is one. Everybody's back in here. We back, man. Shout out to everybody in the building.
Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, you in here. Let me turn A1 mic off because he got an echo. Let me turn mine off. Go ahead and get a mic check now, Jay.
So I'm good? Okay.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
All right. My bad, man. Like, I don't know. It's raining down here too, so I don't know if that's what it is or they just ain't trying to let a jag speak. I don't know what. But yeah, man, of course, man, we know, like I say, we know about agriculture. Once again, just getting into more of a setting of what we was doing as a people in harmony, man. Like I say, this is something that we can't take lightly, man. This is just what we need to really go through as far as, making sure we keep utilizing some of this greatness within us and with our people, man. So I know a lot of our people, still got their, gardens and stuff right there, but still doing plumbing, still doing carpentry, carpenter work. You know what I'm saying? This all still matter to this day, man. We can't give up. I know a lot of us getting savvy with these new jobs and stuff, these plant jobs paying $20 and $25 an hour now. So don't let them trick you out your game, you know what I mean? But let's get a little bit of it. Agriculture, 8,000 to 7,000 BC, which is clearly 10,000 years ago. But this is clear. This should be pre-contact. I don't know why it's not. I did want to make mention of that. It don't make sense to say agriculture is not pre-contact, but I guess just to say on what they have and what they can record, just to give a rough estimate, But we know definitely 10,000 years ago, it wasn't too much contact going on with no, what we know is Europeans. Says Mesoamerica, South American Andean and tropical forests, North American southeast, northeast, and southwest cultures. You know what I'm saying? Once again, like I say, agriculture. This right here is a nice map of how it looks to, see exactly what can be grown and what should be grown in certain areas. And if you notice the seed game, the whole planting game, you should know, what seeds and what actual plants or whatever can take whatever environment. So if you don't, of course, get an almanac. They should sell those anywhere in your botanical stores or maybe herbal stores or something like that, mom and pop stores or something like that. If anything, flea markets usually have them somewhere. I know we do in the South, people sell almanacs, because they know people like to plant, people like to garden. But here we go. It says agriculture, the science of cultivating the soil to produce crops, arose independently in 4 areas of the world, 2 of them in the Western Hemisphere. In Meso and South America, farming based on corn, squash, and beans began in the floodplain of the Tehuacan Valley of what is now Mexico in about 7,000 to 8,000 BC. So I do have a image of a floodplain image. This is one that's a close up that they do. They still doing this to this day. Like I say, this is something that's been doing for a long time. That's been happening for a long time. The usage of using flooding water and how to use that water to actually elevate and grow crops in certain areas. Now, of course, all farmers know you do have to let the land settle and come to a certain type of texture or whatever. Even after you done had it, been farming for 2-3 years on a certain area, growing crops, you might want to give it a break to let the soil get back fertile because the certain crops do, draw out nutrition from the soil more than others. Other than that, they say you can go up to 7 years, but most people try not to go past up to 2 or 3 years, really, man, depending on where you at. This is another floodplain that's kind of a more one that you can see on a bigger scale. This is one that's in Peru that go for miles, as you see from actual I guess helicopter image. That's a good site there. Like I say, you got to have some advanced technology and some a sharp mind to even be able to carry on feats like this, man. This ain't nothing to play with. This is some real work right here. This is not no play. And that's a canal. We'll get back in there. Let me read a little bit more. So that was floodplains right there, and it says all right, well, it says in indigenous people. Oh no, my bad. It says about the same time, manioc and sweet potato cultivation arose in the tropical forest of what is now Brazil and Guatemala. And potato-based farming developed in mountains, highlands of the Andes and what is now Peru. Indigenous people living in eastern woodlands of what is now the United States independently began cultivating what they call goosefoot or chinapod, all right, marsh elder, which is sunkweed, squash, and sunflowers, all right, erect knotweed, little barley, and maygrass, all seed producing grasses, all right, were also domesticated. So, like I say, man, just really understanding the depths of, domesticating, a landscape, you had to be done studying for years. You know what I'm saying? This ain't nothing that you just all of a sudden, come up with and you know what I'm saying, just by yourself, who really taught somebody this? I mean, have anybody really ever thought who taught somebody this? You know what I'm saying? And like AP say, a cornfield, and you got it going for miles, right? Not only that, you know how to make moonshine with it, grits, you know what I'm saying, cornmeal, like AP say, silk from just one crop. You know what I'm saying? Some people even use them as calendars. Like, I mean, this is a whole nother level of spiritual inclination and application, man. You know what I'm saying? I don't think people really, we so, wild by other things in life to the point where we don't really realize that, we got some high advanced natural science right here in front of our face that no other land can even really produce. You know what I'm saying? Now, of course, now these are apple trees. You know what I'm saying? You got apple tree forms, that people produce from seeds that go for miles. You know what I'm saying? You got people to this day still want to grow apple trees. You know what I'm saying? We've been doing that. That's nothing. You know what I'm saying? We can still do that to this day. That should be a side hustle. You know what I'm saying? That should be a side gig. You know what I mean? It should that you got the land to do it, do it. You know what I'm saying? Here we go with the peach trees. Shout out to GA. You know what I'm saying? I know from leaving South Carolina, going into Georgia, it's a few back roads, man. You got these peach tree farms, man, and they stretch for miles, man. It seems like when you ride by them, it just feel like it's like, man, like ain't no way it's this many peach trees in one area growing like this. And it's like you just can't believe it, man. But it's stuff like that you really got to take heed to. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that you really got to take heed to. So let's get back with it, man. It says Native Americans in eastern North America were planting and harvesting at least 4 of these plants and were well of the way to dependent on agriculture rather than gathering. All right. Now, of course, it say Native Americans, but in some sense, they do mean us as Native Americans. We are the people who have been here in America, but they're not saying in a sense the Native Americans. It says corn seeds were brought into the area from what is now Mexico about 200 AD. It says, but maize, another word for corn, remained a minor crop for Eastern farmers until about 800 AD. Recent discoveries about North American agriculture are exciting to researchers because they provide the clearest record available of agricultural origins anywhere in the world. I know we done went over this, man. I know some people don't use, AP might have used this in a debate and all this and that, man, but I don't think people really get that and really understand that to a T, especially on top of everything we just laid out in front of you. You know what I'm saying? Maybe this can actually help you see, okay, how advanced this is. And I remember that show with that Ty Data had on Chief Channel when he had that Indian guy talking about how the location of India was compared to where America was. Now let him tell it. He said that from what they know and how the world is to them, they're at the bottom of it's like they at the bottom. They at the lowest land. They at the lowlands. They at the lowlands. While America going past Africa, Europe, Russia, and all that, right? He said you gotta get past all that to get to the Americas. And said that America sits on the highest mountain. I know I took a moment of silence, but people, I don't know y'all think I don't know if y'all
run that back.
Yo, check this out, man. I don't think they heard me, yo. I really don't, man. I don't think they know what's really going on, y'all. He said that from his location, from getting to the landmass of America that you had to pass Greece, Africa, Europe, Germany, Russia, just to get to America, which to them was known as the highest land that they know of on this planet. I mean, man, yo, come on, man. What we doing right now, man? I mean, that sounds like heaven to me. You know what I'm saying? The fruit land, the land of milk and honey, the fountain of youth, all this right here in America. What we know, what I say is Atlantic.
Hey, Jack.
Yo.
Yes,
you saying that the Americas is well beyond like sea level, like you saying that it's higher than sea level compared to the rest of these places throughout the world, right?
Yes, that's exactly what that guy said. That's it.
Yeah, and that the Masonic Masonry book, when he says that America was the first land out of the water.
Okay.
While all other lands was in the water, there was people here in America, and when the other lands, when the water receded from the other lands, we went to them places and we colonized them places with our people, and we took we took all of our sciences over there, and we created other colonies. Now, at this point in time, there was no other people walking the planet except the Amarukis.
Can I add something to this?
The Aborigines of America.
Y'all
I
brother,
just want to mute my mic. I just want to say that, but go ahead, Jack.
Mike, y'all going there. I just want to add in some shit on that, because when we're dealing with elevation and above sea level, most of the southern states in North America are in higher elevation than the northern areas. So in other words, upper is lower, and you see bottom and is higher. You see what I'm saying? Upper and lower. Upper is lower. You see what I'm saying? And lower is upper in elevation, technically. And that's an old Egyptian way of looking at things. And we got to look at the people who created the first dynasties, or the pre-dynastic dynasties, in the system at place that we call Egypt today. It's not ironic that even in America, like places like Tennessee, Kentucky, Illinois, St. Louis, is in higher elevation than places like Chicago, Detroit, Connecticut.
That's right.
Not actually lower than we are. I'm just giving y'all that in retrospect. But go ahead, Brother Jack. Continue your bill. Appreciate you for dropping.
For sure, man. Like I say, that coincides right along with what I'm saying. Okay, so they say Russia behind Canada. So you go from Canada, from New York to Jersey to Maryland to, you know what I'm saying, just coming down the coastline, you know what I'm saying? South Carolina, Georgia, Florida. And all of a sudden, it's a bunch of islands on high elevated land. You see what I'm saying? On higher elevated land than what we owned it. Like, I mean, yo, what we talking about, man? Let me keep going for a sec, though. All right, it says, this transition from hunting and gathering food to growing crops was a complex one, comma, pause right there. Now, who's to say everybody chose to stop gathering food and hunting? You see what I'm saying? So this could be something that never, you see what I'm saying? All this can go hand in hand at the same time. You know what I mean? It's not to say that, you know, we didn't hunt and we didn't gather food while we was growing food, while we was building buildings, while we was farming. You see what I'm saying? It's not to say that. So I don't know why they try to separate the two, as if like these things wasn't kind of going hand in hand, you know, as we was, you know, advancing our lives. It's taking place over thousands of years. It required knowledge of plants, growing cycles, and seed selection, as well as understanding how temperature, moisture, and soil composition affect plants. Now, like I say, that's gonna take more than 1,000 years. If you know, you're gonna say, okay, hey, you just got a bunch of crawling babies crawling around, and all of a sudden they get grown and discover how to mate and end up eating and growing like this. It's just come on now. You know it like, let's just be real, people. That's why I say I know it get a little spiritual with me because I like to go there, but I mean, let's really think about that, man. You know, this is something, you know, this is something that's been going on since who knows, man. This is some old stuff going on down here. You know what I mean? A lot of us just happen to frequency kind of devolve into this to the point where, okay, hey, you know, we remembered a lot, but we didn't pay it no attention, so we kind of overlooked it. Some of us, you know, did remember, but we got sidetracked and we kind of, you know what I'm saying, thought we was, you know, better than this, you know what I'm saying? So I mean, just look, as time goes on, man, like this is amazing stuff. It says archaeologists believe that American Indian women, whose responsibility it had been to gather plant foods, brought about this revolutionary transformation. They were the ones who made the first agricultural discoveries and began the centuries-long process of domesticating crops. You know what I'm saying? Which would make sense because a woman is a little bit more earthly bound to understand and how to actually, you know, connect with uh farming and growing plants and stuff. Not to say that men don't, but women do be a little bit more better at it. Agriculture was an important development, not only because it supplied steady nutrients to keep people alive, but also because it allowed people to invest less time in obtaining food than hunting and gathering required. All right. Says the new ability to remain in one place enabled settled villages to flourish and indigenous Americans eventually to develop political systems now called chiefdoms. All right. It says some chiefdoms evolved into complex political and social structures, as is the case with the Maya and Aztec Empire that arose about 1500 to 1100 modern time, 1500 BC to 1100 or what they say is 1100. You know how that go. It says respectively in Mesoamerica. It says the Inca Empire that arose about 1000 in what is now Peru is also an example of this. The Iroquois League, which originally consisted of the Mohawk, which is the Six Nations, okay, the Mohawk, the Oneida, the Onondaga, Cayuga, and Seneca, the later, the Tuscarora, those my folks that say, and was formed sometime between 1100 and 1450. So it could be established because of agriculture, all right? So once again, it's just showing you right there how, you know, this is not something to take lightly. This is something that people actually took a part in with wholeheartedness. Now, of course, you got the Meso and South American agriculture, which grew things from a long time ago, uh, getting into the flowers and shrubs, you know, the marigolds, the morning glories, the however you say that. I'm getting tongue tied too. Tiger flowers, yuccas, zinnias, all right, and then you got the stimulants, which is the coca. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people like to look down on that because they're not, you know, using it correctly nowadays. But the cocaine was known as a stimulant to help with speed up heart, to also kind of induce circulation of blood flow at times. Tobacco, of course, was smoked, but mostly to use and to socialize and to enhance with spiritual connection to whatever you was spiritually inclining with. So tobacco wasn't just for the smoke, but tobacco was also used to even socialize with, to when you had an idea or a plan and you want to talk, you want to really make work. Sometimes you might smoke a cigar. or what people smoke now, cigarettes or Black and Milds. Tobacco also can be used to take away insect swelling and insect stings from like bee stings and wasp. You could take the tobacco even from a cigarette, put it where the sting is, and it'll pull the sting out. Now I know a lot of people know that.
God, that's
Can't sleep
facts.
on
My friend did that shit.
what I'm
My
saying?
grandpa did
So
that to me when I was a kid, so I actually have to say that one actually works, man. That's a
it really works though. It make it, you don't even feel it no more. You might just feel a little itch or something, but it really, the swelling go down and all. It really works, man. You know what I'm saying? So think about how long it took for somebody to figure out, hey, I can put some tobacco on this bee sting. I mean, really, you know what I'm saying? Like, who who thought of that, man? Come on, man. Let's be real, man. Somebody was down here guiding somebody. We come from a higher power and a higher source, and that's what we here to do. Connect you to your higher self, which is the higher being that we all share together, which is the omniscient and most omnipresent, potent energy on this planet and universe, everlasting. You know what I'm saying? But right here, Eastern Woodland Agriculture. Okay, they like to give it roughly around 3,000 to 5,000 or 4,000 to 5,000 years ago. Of course, we know, like I say, this is pre-contact stuff, man. This ain't nothing that we used, all of a sudden. This had to be something that was going on for millions of years, man, millions of years. But I'm gonna start right here. Let's say by 2000 BC, American Indian agriculture was established in areas known today as Tennessee, Arkansas, Illinois, Kentucky, Ohio, Missouri, and Alabama. In time, more seed-bearing grasses were domesticated, including erect knotweed, little barley, and maygrass, so that between 250 BC and up to modern 100, Hopewell villages centered on farming were established in river valleys where the soil was most fertile. You know what I'm saying? You can still find it to this day, still in certain areas. It says the crops grown first by the Adena and then by the Hopewell people who lived on small farmsteads and cultivated small plots. It says do not have high name recognition. It says for years archaeologists and ethnobotanists chose not to study them. Now, why is that? Because they knew that if people knew how advanced these people were with their farmsteads and cultivating land and really taking care of stuff, that for one, whoever they had running game on and whatever mission they was carrying out, trying to dispose the diversities of Jesus Christ and the Roman Catholic Church and stuff like that. See, you can't let stuff like this be known when they showing you that people was feeding themselves for thousands of years. You see what I'm saying? See, they can't let stuff like this come out if they want you to believe that you need to pray to something to get it. You see what I'm saying? And then all of a sudden, they the ones growing it now, so you can read the book praying to them to get it. That's exactly what they did to us. You see what I'm saying? That's why they chose not to study them, because they didn't want nobody to study them. You see what I'm saying? It says, even though these crops are relatively known to the most people today, they once provided a balanced diet for American Indian people. The plants they chose to domesticate had high yields. 5 people could harvest a 200 square foot field planted equally with marsh elder or saltweed and chinopod in a little more than a week. You see what I'm saying? So you talking about producing all this 3 different types of, or 3 to 4 different types of crops, up to 200 square feet fields. You see what I'm saying? Within a week. You know what I'm saying? You talking about super seeds. You know what I'm saying? Well, they must have been using AB some of that super mud. You see what I'm saying? Like, where would they get that mud from? The southeast, maybe? Who knows?
That Terra Prater, that Amazonian
You feel me?
super mud. Yeah. Yeah, they're good.
Come on, man. You growing stuff in a week? Come on, man. Hey, man, what we talking about, man?
That sound like auto flower. That sound like auto grow right there. That's some new shit, right?
That's what I'm saying, man. People ain't even doing that today. Ain't nobody doing that right now. Who growing something in a week?
Yeah, that's impossible. That sounds impossible. 7 days?
We had super soil over here, man. That's why I was growing so fast, because the minerals are so dense. You know what I'm saying? To basically, and then plus we had a nice current rainflow as well. But the minerals that was dense in our soil, man, it was one. You know, before they depleted the land and they did everything that they did. Now we need fertilizers and we need compost to basically, mineralize the soil. But
they said they did their own compost. They said they did a wet fire burn, and they used, and I guess how they did it created that colonized microbe nowhere else. You see what I'm saying? So that's why they take a lot of your dirt and take it to Dubai. They take it to Egypt. They take it to places and colonize their soil with it.
Yep.
But my bad. Go ahead, Big Joe.
You right. Pete, what it say? It say a field such as this would have provided requirements in the form of oil and starch. Mic check.
Mic check. Yeah, you good. You bet.
Mic check. All right. It say a field such as this would have provided half the caloric requirements in the form of oil and starch for 10 people over a period of 6 months. So that's like your family 6 months, they straight, you know what I'm saying, off this field right here. You know what I'm saying? Within a week, man. Come on, man. What are you doing, man? Let's get moving, man. Let's say about 800 AD, North American Indian farmers began cultivating corn or maize in large fields, developing varieties that would mature in 90 days to fit the growing season where they lived. All right. So, like I say, that's why I showed that map, showing you that, hey, we understood the climate, we understood the land. You know what I'm saying? So we knew, okay, by the time fall get here, this will be done growed and we can get it on up out of here and we can chill for the next 6 months. You see what I'm saying? Until we can start back growing again. See, now that's what you call good rhythm and rotation. You know what I'm saying? We might have even made it like that too. You know what I'm saying? To grow a village and stuff, It says they grew corn from what is now northern Florida to Ontario and from the Atlantic coast to the Great Plains. From Florida to Ohio. All right. It's American Indians living in what is now the United States and Canada also cultivated hickory nuts and chestnuts, as well as several varieties of berries. All right. Despite the fact that farming was taking place throughout the East, European colonists often described the land as a vast, empty tract, a myth that has persisted in American history books. All right, let you know that's a myth. One reason for this was their claim to ownership of the land through eminent domain. Shout out to Amani Bay, man. Said this concept, a part of English common law, operated under the premise that if property or possessions were unoccupied or unsued, they belonged to the crown. In order for the rule of eminent domain to apply, it was necessary for British colonists, the same racist people to this day, who are the real racists and who started all this racist crap, portray the New World.
Hold up. Oh. What's going on? Jag, I think you went out.
Mic check, mic check, mic check.
Mic check. I think he fell off. Is he still in the Is he still on? All right, sorry about that, good peoples, for the problems we experiencing. But for the most part, the brother will be back, and just hold tight. I don't know what's going on. Like I said, is this a coincidence, or these people just don't want us to get this information out? But guess what? We're gonna get this shit out one way or another. So I hope you guys are enjoying the build. I hope hit one if you guys are enjoying the build thus far. It's something that's very informative. Like I said, this part of your culture, and like I said, when you talk about you being an Aboriginal to this continent, you are hit with the commercial perception of what a so-called Indian look like. All around the world, people think that the Aborigines of this land were some primitive hunter-gatherers who lived in a 3-stick cowhide teepees and prayed the corn and worshiped the rain and all this other madness. But while these people are teaching this stuff in these universities, they're not talking about none of this information that we've been bringing up. And I know it's a lot of brothers out there who do their independent research, who do research pertaining the American Aborigines or the Indians or whatever you want to call it, because we even get caught up with the terms or whatever. But however it go, you're getting it right here. Always bring this information to the brothers and sisters. And like I said, we're gonna be doing more of these builds. But for the most part, we've been wanting to do this build right here for about a year or so. But it's just been kind of tough. Finding time to do research and trust and believe. Like when I put together research, I'm trying to put it together. I'm trying to give y'all hours and hours and hours of sources and what we look at as factual evidence. So however you guys look at it, we bring it to you factual evidence that none of these people have took the time to share and tell us exactly who we are and what we was doing prior to the European creating a general education system.
Absolutely.
Which has been brainwashed by. So the brother should be coming in shortly.
And like I said, man, a lot of this information we've been putting out is very, very, very pertinent. Shout out to A1, shout out to Jaguar, shout out to you guys in the chat. These brothers bring out the primary, like he said, hours and hours of primaries and potential evidence leading all the primaries. And not only that, we're challenging the narrative with these primaries. We're picking up the crumbs and the evidence to make our case. And this is what we're trying to show you. We're not just who they telling you we are. That's why we telling you. That's why this pay-per-view is so pertinent. We are the American gods. We are the American gods. I mean, just simple as that. You see what I'm saying?
And the reason we chose that title, right? Because like I said, we're looked upon, as basically, people make jokes about our culture. Even the people who come here from other countries or islands or wherever they reside at prior to pledging allegiance to come to the United States, right? When they get here, we are the people who, we're basically the standard for what they don't want to be, according to how these people have diminished our information and diminished our history. So when people come here, the first thing they do is look upon us and say, all these people on crack, these people, all they do is, all of the negative stereotypes that, is brought upon our people. But for the most part, we have just been put to sleep. We have been brainwashed. We have bitten the fruit from the serpent, and therefore we can't even catch on to our culture. All right, I don't think Jag is coming right back in. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do my other part. So let me share my screen real quick.
Shout out to everybody in the building too.
Guess the brother can. I guess he can conclude with his presentation. After I get finished this one. So just bear with me, people. I am a little rusty. I've been on a plantation. You know how it goes. So for
I'm
the
trying to
most
get it right, y'all. I'm trying to get it right, man. Really am. And he a little rusty on the tools, but hey, one never get rusty when it comes to the information.
all right, these are the Chinapas. All right, this is something similar to what Jag was trying to show y'all, and this is actually in Teotihuacan right here. This is the floating island, or let me see. This is how Teotihuacan looked like, but they saying that this is a Chinapa as well, right? And like when he was showing you that land that was basically divided by the water, that's similar to this system right here. What we see, let me see right here. Oh, there you go. All right, the Chinapa system right here, and this is what we was doing, prior to, I guess, the 1900s, because this is a science that we always need. One thing, like I said, you can have food, water, fire, and shelter. Then none of the other stuff is important. You can have a DB9 Aston Martin, and it's not important if you ain't eating a week. You know what I'm saying? You can have all of the material items or all the material things that we think is valuable. But when it comes to the first thing that we need minerals and we need water. And that's what we basically our physiognomy or our physical composition is actually made up of the four elements: earth, fire, water, and air. So agriculture is very important, right? To go along with all of the other systems that we pretty much went over today. But there's more, so let's get with it, all right? So, where am I? All right, I'm right here. All right, we're going to deal with calendars. All right, so calendars, according to their timeline, which they don't have no timeline, but, we definitely going to use their timeline for the sake of this, right? So 600 BC, Mesoamerican, South American, Andine, North American, Great Plains, Southwest, and the Southeast cultures. American Indians throughout North America, Mesoamerica, and South America use astronomical observation to create calendar systems of reckoning the passing of time. The oldest of these calendars are the stone medicine wheel in what is Montana, the Sakan, Chawan. The stone spoke of these wheels have been shown to align. Shown to align to the rising of the stellar constellation at the time of the summer solstice. All right, so look, I'm gonna go over here because these are pretty much some of the calendars that we are consistent with. Matter of fact, you know what? I got an image of that. Let me just show you guys that real quick. All right, so this is actually what the historic mysteries have for us. So give me a second, let it load up. This is a image of it right here. If you guys can see it, let me blow it up. This is the image. Let me see. All right, there you go, right there. I got a little delay as well. So this is the actual the wheel that they use to calculate you the celestial solar system in which the calendar is basically based off of. But remember, without numbers without a number that can go past 9, none of this stuff would be, would even exist. So that's how important, that's why I started with the number 0 and the 20 base mathematical system that was found in the Americas, because all of this stuff correlates, and it all has something to do with how we see technology, the technology the technical advancements that man has made thus far. This is the science of the gods and the goddesses of the Americas. This is your history that these people haven't given to you. But we're going to give it to you, all right? So this is an image of it right here. And it say the collection of archaeologists and ethnographic and historic evidence, all and present as they were presented as they were supposed to be, suggested that the Big Horn medicine wheel and its surrounding areas are some of the most well preserved and important ancient, dodge the hijack, Native American sites. All right, what was it used for? The medicine wheel often has a spiritual meaning as well as an astronomical meaning. One of the popular uses of the medicine wheel is for making geographical directions. Okay, geographical directions. They are also used for marking different astronomical events of the moon, the sun, and the planets, and some stars in relation to the horizon of the earth. Now, like I said, when you get into a lot of stuff, some people are flat earthers. I'm quite sure people seen the video of the pilot who was flying above the sun, but we don't know exactly what the science was used for. Some of us may have, some of us may get downloads from the universe to where we can resonate with a lot of information. Some people can't. But however it go, this is the science that was brought to us by our ancestors, all right? So let's get into the other the other calendars that was found here as well. All right, so Mesoamerican calendars was extremely sophisticated and accurate. Archaeologists believe the Maya, whose culture arose in 1500 BC in Mesoamerica, calculated these calendars. The Aztec, whose empire was established in the same region about 1100 AD, adapted them. The Mesoamerican system was composed of several calendars, each of which served a different purpose. The day count was a 260-day ritual almanac used primarily to time religious ceremony, name children, and predict the future. So basically, when you're dealing with natal systems and you're dealing with astronomical signs such as the zodiac, this is how our ancestors was actually using calendars and these almanacs to do, like they said, ritual. The ritual almanac was used primarily to time religious ceremonies, name children, and predict the future. Okay, the earliest known stone carving to display the elements of the 260-day calendar is a monument 3. No, it is monument 3 from the St. George Mogul. All right, so we're gonna go down right here. All right, I want to get into the Mayan calendar. All right, so the Maya and the Aztec also kept an annual calendar based on the sun, containing of 365 days that was arranged into 18 months of 20 days. This calendar was used to determine the season and to schedule events such as market gatherings and crop planting. Without telescopes or mathematics, my bad. Listen, bear with me, please. All right, concept of fractions. Early Mesoamerican people by the 5th century BC has calculated a year length precise.
Yo, A1, can we mic check, mic check, mic
So
check.
precisely that it was.
Run that
Yeah,
back
what's
about
up?
30
Well, I
seconds.
broke out for a minute.
You went out. Run that back about 30
Huh?
seconds.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I says yes, you went out. Run that back about 30 seconds if you don't mind, brother.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, he getting kind of choppy.
Damn, everybody choppy tonight, man. What the fuck is going on? Y'all got a brand new modem over here. Verizon just sent this shit to me 2 weeks ago. God damn. All right, so let me know if y'all can't hear me, okay? Are we good? You?
My bad. I'm talking with the mic muted. Fantastic. You're good.
All right, let's make sure we good for the people. All right. So, all right, as I was saying, the mind
Man, it might be me.
says going back out. How, AP, how is it on your end? Can you hear me?
You're good on my
end. Now I can hear you.
You're good on my end, A1. I just got to mute you because you got a bad echo. But yeah, you're good on my end. You can rock out.
All right, okay. All right, the Maya and the Aztec kept an annual calendar based on the sun, containing 365 days that was arranged into 18 months of 20 days each. This calendar was used to determine the season and to schedule events such as market gathering and crop planting. Without telescopes and highly sophisticated math concepts of fractions, early Mesoamerican people by the 5th century BC has calculated a year length so precisely that it was only 19 minutes off. Only the Chinese equal this amazing feat of observation and calculation. The scientific tools of the Mesoamerican astronomers used to construct their calendar was shadow casting devices, accurate observation, and metricless record keeping. All right, so look, let me go down a little bit right here. Matter of fact, you know what? Let's just get right into this right here. Let me just show you guys this, as you guys probably already seen before. Let me go back. Yo, is my mic still good, AP?
You're good. You're good. I'll let you know if you ain't. I promise. You good. You rocking out.
All right, not a problem. All right, we good then. So, all right, here we go. I just bear with me because my computer is responding kind of slow. Let me go back. What the fuck is going on? Okay, now it's bugging. All right, here we go. All right, so in this article, I really don't want to get into it because they got a lot of crazy words in it, right? But however it go, the author of this article is basically, and this is basically from a university in France, and they're trying to decode the Mayan calendar. So in the terminology they use, and they're using mathematical um, expressions to basically calculate exactly what the Mayan calendar or the precise accuracy of the calendar. Okay, so I'm quite sure everybody that took mathematics in school, some form of math, past what we call PIMDOBs, would be parentheses, exponents, mathematics, addition, and subtraction, right? So when you get past that, then you start getting into the algebras, the calculus, the what's the other shit that they made us take? I can't think of that other math. Start with an S. Statistics rather. And you start getting into all this highly, highly sophisticated mathematics, right? So this is the math that these people are using to basically try to factor out exactly what the Mayan calendar was based on, right? Now, if you see the X1s and the X3s and the X2s and the 2 square X0, now these are factoring. These are like when you see in algebra, these algebraic expressions, right? Now, some of this shit is just so highly that you'll really have to sit down and really like study this shit right now. If you guys can see this right here, let me just blow it up a little bit. These are the mathematical expressions that they use and that I've never seen before, except for the X's that look just like algebra, right? Algebraic expressions, right? So when you go down here, they're using terms like prime factorization. As you can see, let me click on this right here. Oh, there you go. As you can see what I highlighted, this is algebra right here. 2 squared times 3 to the second power, or 2 to the second power times 3 to the second power times 7 times 13. Okay, and you see 3 to the second power times 7 times 13, 2 to the seventh power times 3 to the second power times 5. Now this is all highly sophisticated mathematics that these individuals who will be some of our ancestors that was indigenous to this continent that we call Americas. This is the highly civilization that we was doing. Now you see these mathematical expressions even on a college level, not less that they're teaching elementary or middle school students this at this time as well. But you also see this when you graduate out of high school and you start getting into like business math, you start getting into college algebra, etc. Right? As you can see, right? So, they deal with the planets right here, which I don't really want to get into, but you see the continuation of the same mathematical expressions, right? You see 2 to the second power times 29, 2 to the third power times 73, etc. Right? So this is a science that they are using today to break down a lot of the technology that they found here in America, including this calendar that we are actually going over today, right? All right, so I just wanted to kind of like give you the explanation of that, right? And even when you get into this, right? And shout out to PMF, right? PMF, he actually did a bill and said that in the middle of the Mayan calendar, the individual name was Nahuti Orleans, where the word New Orleans come from, right? Now, as you can see, whatever the image of this character that's in the middle of the calendar, he doesn't have a nose. And this is what they always do when they never want to show you that Negroes was responsible for a lot of the sciences that goes throughout the world. They broke his goddamn nose off. Okay, now I actually had a better image of him with his nose. Let me see if I can pull it up. Let me see if I got it. Hold up.
Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Hit that like button. Make sure y'all thumb up the video, y'all. Support the channel. Hit the like button. I know it's only 43 of y'all, but hey, turn up.
Man, people that dropped out. Let me see something. You know what? I ain't even got that image up right now. I don't even want to try to pull it up because I already having technical difficulties. But this is, like I said, this is an image in the center of the Mayan calendar. And this is a character by the name of Nahuti Orleans, which the word New Orleans come from. And, if you see the New Orleans Indians, their so-called costume or their bagara or the uniform that they wear, it looks similar to what you see in the middle, like right here, because some of them have like these headdresses on that basically mimics what we see right here that Nahuli Orlean have on. Okay, so I just wanted to point that out, like on the highly sophistication of this so-called calendar and how they're still trying to figure this shit out today. Okay, so we're gonna go into almanacs for a second. Let me see. Some matter of fact, let me see. Almanac should be right here. All right, so let me see. All right, boom. So they go to almanacs. All right. So Mesoamerican culture, 600 AD. Almanacs are books containing astronomical and meteorological information. Many facets of the Mesoamerican life were influenced by the almanacs. They were based on observation of the planet Venus. These almanacs, invented by the Mayans, whose culture arose in Mesoamerica about 3,500 years ago, were invented independently of similar books in other parts of the world. Europeans created written almanacs at a much later date, before 1150 AD. No specific mentions of almanacs existed in Europe. Okay, let's keep it moving. Mesoamerican almanacs was made up of 260-day cycles called day counts. Each of the days were assigned a meaning based on a cycle of 20 days. As we talked about with calendars, see, they all kind of correlate, right? Day names and 13 numbers. When the 260-day long count ended, the cycle repeated itself. And so ethno astronomers believe that this number system may have been based on the length of human gestation. Before the first day of the almanac is decided to Venus, a more plausible explanation for the number 260 is that these almanacs were based on calculation involving a cycle of Venus and important planets in Mesoamerica astronomy. All right, so excuse me. All right, we don't really even need to go further. We just kind of show one of our ancestors who is famous for dealing with almanacs. So just want to kind of throw this in there. I mean, I know there's a lot of almanacs, but this individual is famous for making almanacs, or a farmer almanac for these so-called Slavic individuals that was here. All right, Benjamin Banneker, right? Now, I mean, there's a lot of hearsay around Benjamin Banneker that we don't fully understand. Let me see something. I'm trying to look for something particular. We don't want to get all into his history. Matter of fact, it might be in this one. Let me see. All right, I think it's in this one. Let me bear with me, people. All right, now look, this is very interesting right here, right? Now think about this, right? You got kids that self-taught themselves how to dance, you know, how to work a computer, how to do a lot of. Oh, excuse me. Give me 1 second, people.
Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Make sure y'all hit that like button. Thumb up the video. one is paused up right quick. He can unmute himself when he's ready. But shout out to everybody in the building. I did drop the link to the American Indian Encyclopedia, 15,000 Years of Invention and Innovation. The link to the book that we're reading, all the primaries. This is very exclusive encyclopedia. Hardback copy of this is around $50,000 for a hardback copy. Y'all got the PDF right now in the chat. Make sure y'all snatch that up right now.
Word. Much salute and respect to everybody, man. I know we've been having a little bit of difficulties, but man, yo, we try to bang it in there, man.
All right, I'm back. All right. So where was we at? I'm sorry. We was talking about Benjamin Banneker, and all right, right here it say Benjamin Banneker was a largely self-educated mathematician, astronomer, and compiler of almanacs and writers. Okay, now that's very interesting that he taught himself astronomy. Okay, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of people would say that Benjamin Banneker was a black European. So why do he have the science that resides here in America? And how was he able to build clocks? And why these people even built the giant clock in Europe to basically, you know, show him respect or show him, you know, tribute for his great accomplishments, right? Also, like when you see the watch ads, and this for anybody who pay attention to that, right? If you ever see a watch ad of an individual with a watch on his wrist, the watch is always at 1010, and that's for the 10 by 10 square miles of what we call Washington, D.C., or the District of Columbia, which we also reside in. We didn't build this shit for no Europeans. This is all bullshit, just like they're going to tell you most of these inventions was built while a European was on your side, and as soon as you made the invention, you just passed it over to him. Then he took it and made a pattern, and now he's a rich European and the inventor of these so-called magnificent inventions. Their family is still poor, probably live in the projects, probably live in some of the worst urban impoverished communities there are. But however it go, we had the knowledge. We was basically the inventors. We invented this to make our life easier. Okay, so like when we talk about the almanac, this is a man who's famous for making the farmer's almanac, which the farmer's almanac was actually made for the Sloughs because they are not indigenous to America. They don't know the climates and they don't know the seasonal changes of the climate. So as spring goes into summer and summer goes into fall, if you don't know the climate and you think that you can plant things in the fall that's gonna bloom, you got another thing coming if you live in the north where we get freezing conditions all the way down to like 0 below, you know what I'm saying, or 30 below zero, or however you want to put it. But however it go, this man wrote that farmer almanac for these Europeans. We didn't need no farmer almanac, as what Jag would just explain as far as dealing with agriculture and everything. We didn't need none of that because we are indigenous and we're in sync with the land. We're in sync with the climate. We're in sync with the planet or the part of the planet that we reside in, which is the Americas. Okay? So I just wanted to put that out there. Do somebody want to jump in real quick before I go into the next
you got next, bro. Brother, run it up. You going in.
All right, so we're gonna go into, let me see what we got next. Get this in bridges. All right, so bear with me on this. Let me get this all pulled up. All right, so we going into bridges, right? All right, so it say bridges, 1000 AD, South America, Dane culture. Structures built to span gorges or rivers in order to provide passes are called bridges. As part of their extensive road system, which I will be going into next, the Inca constructed a variety of types of bridges, all right, which is they call them chacals. They're saying that was adopted to the characteristics of the land as well as to the building material that was available near the bridge sites. The Inca Empire existed in what is now Peru, starting in the central highlands about 1000 AD and spreading throughout the entire area by 1440 AD. Bridges were so crucial to the Inca system of transportation that the laws existed setting the death penalty for anyone who tampered with one. All right, so look, real quick, let me just, I ain't got much images of the Inca. I can actually pull up the Inca list, but this is actually an image that I like to use. I don't know if you guys can see it, but this is what they said the Incas look like, which this is a motherfucking Negro who look just like your cousin, your uncle, or some of the other individuals that are in your family. Okay, so this is what the Incas look like. The Incas don't look like them people that's over there. The Incas, we don't even know where the Incas. The Incas probably went further east and went into South America. I mean, well, certain parts of South America, as well as went into the Yucatan Peninsula, right? So let's get back to the bridges.
The Inca was all dark skinned. That's facts. When you pull up the Inca list, that's where all of them, all the kings of the Inca past was black.
Exactly. So the bridges were so crucial. Once again, I'm gonna read it again. Was so crucial to the Inca system of transportation that the laws existed, setting up death penalties for anyone who tampered with one. The upkeep of the bridges was one of the labor tax imposed. So we had labor taxes at that time, and we supposed to be these primitive, uncivilized individuals. Now, if we had labor taxes or we had a tax system, then where did these motherfuckers get the tax system which you pay every year, or every pay period? Where did they get the idea of that from? I wonder, right? So it's saying that the labor tax imposed on the villages as part of a meta, if you pronounce it that way, or a tax system by the Inca government. All right, so I wanted to go into this part of the article right here. Okay, right here. All right. In the 1300s, the Inca built suspension bridges called braided bridges. Many were hung on ropes made of hemp that was as thick as a person's body. Others used corded braids with wild bunches of grass or the fiber from the agave. Agave plant would be the cactus or the aloe plant, right? It's saying the luma leather provided more reinforcement when it was needed. Workers made the cables at the site where the bridge was to be erected, a technique that would be used for centuries later for steel cables when the Brooklyn Bridge was constructed. Now I got something for you guys. Hold on for a second. Keep that in your mind. The Brooklyn Bridge. All right. Keep that in your mind.
And if you see on the screen, you guys, this is the image of the Incas kings.
Oh, you know what? Hold up. I got one more thing I need to go through. All right, right here. I'm going to come back to the Brooklyn Bridge. A matter of fact, you know what? I'm going to play that now. Let's get into this thing. All right, so bear with me. Oh, here we go.
Everything was laid out perfectly, and that wasn't done randomly. And they want us to believe that it's done randomly. It's like, no.
So definitely, when you say, for example, saying that the Brooklyn Bridge was built,
My bad, hold up.
I guess you could say by Western civilization. So you're insinuating that it's older?
I'm insinuating it.
I guess for people that are new
to this type of information.
Okay. I'm insinuating it was built by the original civilization, which would be the Moorish civilization. And the same thing with rail lines, subway, streetcars.
Let me just put this out there. I know a lot of people sensitive to that word more, but just dodge the hijack, all right? Or just understand that when they talking about the original civilizations here, they're talking about the people who you assume to be the Tanchans, the Aborigines. But every now and then they throw that term more. So please, you already know what time it is, all right?
The whole 9 yards. It was all interconnected. It was all part of the grid. Free energy generating system. So I'm going to show you the Roebling Bridge in Cincinnati, and then I'm going to show you the Brooklyn Bridge.
All right.
Okay, this one is in Cincinnati. Beautiful, beautiful old bridge.
Yeah. And
the credit for it was given to a German-American engineer. And it was said to have been built around the time of the Civil War. Okay, let me find a date. So 1856 to 1867 is when we're told it was built.
Yeah.
And the Civil War was supposed to have been between 1861 and 1865.
Yeah.
So, and that's what I'm talking about when I say the story falls apart when you start looking into it. How are they building that during the Civil War?
Yeah. Yeah, so we have these steel cables up here too. Yeah.
And then the Brooklyn Bridge kind of has a similar story. The same idea, beautiful stone masonry. And it was supposed to have been built also by the same guy, same man that built the bridge in Cincinnati.
Yeah. That's and is it like the same timeline? So there's other I think Penn Station in New York, or maybe the old Penn Station, because I don't think it looks like that anymore. But the older architecture was like it was a.
All right, you guys I'll put this in the link if you want to watch the entire video. But I just wanted to make that point. And he even mentioned exactly what they said. So they say workers made the cables at the site where the bridges was to be erected, a technique that would be used century later for steel cables when the Brooklyn Bridge was constructed in New York City in 1864. Okay. Now the interesting part is if you've seen in the the concrete structure, right? What it had was corbelled arches. Now that leads me into this part right here, right? All right, so it's saying some of the stone bridges was cantilevered, creating a corbel arch. It's a see also arches of corbel, such as a 30-foot one was built east of Lake Titicaca about in 1450. All right, so cantilever bridges were impracticable for the span of greater than 40 feet, but were permanent structures. But look, with permanent structures, some of these exist even today. Now, if you cross-reference that, and let me show you exactly what the corbel structure looked like. Here we go. Yeah. Boom. Take this back here. All right, here you go, right here. So these are actually images of what the Corbel arches would be. These right here, right? But then they also would be something like this, right? Let me open this up. They also would be something like this. Okay. Now I can't even. I got so much stuff pulled up. Let me see if I can go back to here and show you. Once you go to the Brooklyn Bridge, right here. It's right about here. It's right here. So if you see that in the inner of the bridge structure. Now what they say, the cantilever structures was permanent. Okay. Now look, and it says some of them are round even today. Now if you look right here, these are the Corbel arches at the top of the Brooklyn Bridge. Okay. And you see these arches in a lot of times. You see them in a lot of places. You might drive by. You may think that they are more recent constructed, buildings or like bridges, for example. So let me show you some more examples. Let me click out of here. And look. Okay. Some of the same designs that we see, that these are the Corbel, I guess this is the Corbel design. Okay, you see more of them right here. More of them right here. Right here. You see this one as well. That one. Like, let me see this one. And the funny thing is, in Prospect Park in New York, they got these same type of buildings. They're not bridges, but they got buildings with them Corbel arches in them. And in Central Park. I don't know if anybody from New York that's in the chat room who ever been to Prospect Park, but there are a lot of people, they always glorify, they always talking about the structures that's within Prospect Park. Okay. They got like some ancient structures there. But like I said, my computer, I got so much stuff pulled up. I do not want my computer to shut down, so I don't want to open up another page right now. We'll get to that sometime later, or you guys look it up. Look up the architecture structures that's in Prospect Park in Brooklyn, New York. Okay, so when they was talking about the cantilever, let me see something. Do I got that pulled up? I think I may. All right, boom. There you go right here. All right, these are images of what they call the cantilevered bridges. Okay. Now, even when we look at some of these structures, right? Look at the concrete base. Look at how these concrete bases are made. Still got that Corbel arch. And like I said, a lot of these buildings, we wouldn't think that our ancestors was that clever. But how you think in 1865, some Europeans who's not even from over here can come here and construct the fucking Brooklyn Bridge? That's just to tell you. So that's just to tell you, or stop you from thinking that you may be the one or the ancestors of the people who created these so-called these bridges and structures. And it's saying it actually is actually telling you right here that we made braided bridges. So the concept of steel cables that's braided, where the fuck you think that idea came from? It would have came from the people who was braiding fucking hemp, agave, and aloe plant, the fibers from it, and was making these braids. And they said that some of these braids was as thick as a person's body. So you just think about that, right? So now when they get right here and say workers made cables at sites where the bridges was erected, a technique that would be used centuries later for steel cable when the Brooklyn Bridge was constructed in New York City in 1864. Now, why wouldn't you believe that your ancestors wasn't responsible for building that?
I mean, not even take advantage of saying that we build it. Man, come on.
Breaking up a little bit, Chad. Mic check. Give me a mic check.
Go ahead, A1. You got to go.
All right. So you want to jump in, and I end it with the last one I'm gonna do, and then I go into the other section so we can get up out of here.
Yeah, let me spin the block one time. Let me spin the block one time. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Hopefully everybody's enjoying their live stream, man. Hopefully everybody's enjoying that live stream. All right, let's get right into it. Stone masonry. We're going to get into stone masonry. All right. Stone masonry is, let's go down here and read. If y'all can see on the screen, stone masonry is the art of working with stone. It involves selecting the stone, quarrying it, and cutting it and shaping it and carving it into fitting into the place. American Indians and Meso Indians and North American, Southwest, and South American all produce some form of stone work. The Mesoamerican, the Olmec culture arose about 1700 BCE in the Yucatan Peninsula, what is now Mexico, worked with basalt and volcanic rock. Olmec stone carvings are the best known of their huge basalt statues that they carved. The Mayan also culture, who flourished in the south part of what is now Mexico, what is now 1500 BCE to 1400 AD, used stones to construct elaborate temples, pyramids, and other structures. You know, that's very important to understand when we're talking about these buildings. We're talking about these structures and we're talking about masonry. That's what it would take to build some of these bridges like A1 just showed. That's what it would have took to build places like Tenochtitlan. It would have took certain agricultures for you to see. You see what I'm saying? It would have took certain sciences to come about. One of it being masonry, one of it being math, one of it being metalworking. You feel what I'm saying? That all comes together in what we call geometry. You see what I'm saying? And we got to get into that right now. Hold on, let's get into that right now. Hold on 1 second, y'all. I'm sorry about that. Let me pull it up. All right. Oh shit, it's the wrong one. But we'll get into hospitals in just a second. Let me click on the right one. All right, we'll click on architect. Sorry about that. Well, stone masonry is very important. Like I said, once again, stone masonry is very, very, very important. So now when we get into stone masonry, we got to deal with the architect. These are some of the people who's going to take this stone masonry and start designing. Architects are the professionals who design and supervise the construction of the buildings. Many of the buildings in American Indians show evidence of sophisticated architectural planning. Example ranges from the large wooden buildings of Tangilik and Temesi and Hadia of the southern coast, as what is now Alaska, and the Queen Charlotte Islands of Bridge of Columbia, right? All these show very, very, very sophisticated very, very sophisticated block working. So this is just some imagery of some of the block working that you would see throughout America. This is in South America. This is what you would call block working. So let's get into some of this ancient architects. And architects would have been one of the highest people in this area. They would have been a high class. A lot of the people who's constructing these structures, who's paid and sponsored these, would have been pampering to the architects, because a lot of the jobs would have had to get done through these architects. That's just some good imagery of this architect. So let's read this right here below, right here. Mesoamerican architects design buildings with cobble archways, such as the structure of Exmo. The Maya built a series of cities on these sites of the Yucatan Peninsula during the late Classic period between the 17th and 10th century AD. Between the 7th and 10th century AD. This is photos from the Tallinn University. So this is just some more famous block working that goes into some of these structures that we seen A1, Jaguar illustrate. And now what's very unique about some of these structures is they show a set of science that don't really get talked about. Hold on, let me find that. Sorry about that. I keep pulling up these hospitals. That keeps, like, a lot of this science is very, very hidden. They don't want you to know about it. They don't want you to talk about it. They don't even want it to be even brought up in any sort of way. But we're bringing it out anyway, man. A lot of this science is very, very deep, man. So we're going to get into some of the things that would have been used around the area. Medicine. We'll get to this in a second. Medicine. Medicine is a science of diagnosing, treating, and preventing disease. It is also concerned with maintaining health. American Indians were very sophisticated healers, relying on a number of botanical drugs that remain in use today, including guaiacum, ipecac, kaolin, and quin. Indians of both North and Mesoamerican routinely use antibiotic medications. The Plain tribes of North America use antiviral medications, as well as the Aztec, whose empire was established. You notice that they didn't say arose, whose empire established in Mesoamerica around 11 AD, performed medical research, recording the medical use for at least 1,200 plants. The pre-contact Indians of Mesoamerica was the first people in the world. Now, let me say it again. The Mesoamerican Indians was the first people in the world to develop a public health care system and public health hospital facilities, which today are designed for people who cannot afford health care. Now let's get into one of these things. Let's get into hospitals. I kept showing y'all that, so let's get into that ASAP. Let's get into hospitals. I believe this is right here. Another stone masonry. All right, let me get into it. Sorry about that, you guys. I can't find my glasses. It's hard to see. All right, so now we got into medicines. So we're going to get into something else in just a second. Before we even get into hospitals, because in order to have a hospital, you got to have a structure. And in order to have a structure, you got to have stone masonries. We showed you architects. And this is some other form of science that goes into this, which is geometry, right? Geometry, one of the key components to building and understanding these structures. So the mathematics of the properties of measuring in relationship of points, lines, and angles, known as solid geometry, was developed by the Indians of North and Meso and South America, independently of the system devised of ancient Greek, Chinese, and other people of the Middle East. based on the circle. Indigenous geometry has been practiced throughout America for well over 2,000 years, and probably longer. Archaeological evidence shows that the American Indians applied their knowledge to the principles of geometry and architect, city plannings, and ornamentation design. They used the sculpture, painting, and textile paintings, such as those woven by the Maya. The Mesoamericans for hundreds of years, for 100 years, the Maya, they did this for 100 years. The Maya culture, who arose in South America, in the southern parts of Mexico in about 1500 BCE. It is precise theoretical and working on knowledge of geometry was needed to build the Mesoamerican pyramids, right? So not only was it used to build the pyramids, it was used to build hospitals. It was used to build hospitals as well.
Hey, AP.
Yeah.
Read up under the image right there.
Okay. And I just took it off the screen. Shit. I'll get to it in just a second, A1. I got you. I got you, A1. But yeah, man. So like I said, getting into some of this history and a lot of this science is showing you that it's more than just rock slapping. It's more than just TP shit. This is real science right here. And so all this structure, all this understanding, all this masonry, all these architects, all this science of medicine is formulated and put together in one building that we call a hospital. You have geometry, you have stone masonry, you have architect, you have ecology, you have the understanding of the plant life around you and how you can benefit off of it, which is which is medicine. Not only that, you have to do medical research, which is applied to how you use the medicine, which is all formulated in what we call hospitals today. And like I said, when you go back and look at historical shit like the Hospital of New Orleans, the Hospital of Omaha, right? These are hospitals that you see on the screen. Didn't they tell you that the people who constructed these structures was very advanced at geometry, architect, stone masonry, and they used very, very sophisticated ornamentation and planning and design? This structure right here shows you the very complex, sophisticated geometry, architectural skills, and the tweaking of the ornamentation. You understand me? So let's get to it, man. Let's get to hospitals, man. Hospitals, pre-contact, Mesoamerican cultures. Hospitals were a centralized facility for the diagnosing and the treatment of medical disorder. The Aztec, whose culture who established their culture in Mesoamerica around 1100 AD, founded the very first hospitals in America. Like most hospitals today, these provided a wide range of services. They were staffed with doctors, surgeons, nurse, and extensive pharmacy of medicine. Extensive pharmacy of medicine. So let's just break this little part down by itself. They had surgeons and doctors and nurses. Do you think these people would have got paid for their time? Would they would have been compensated for their great duties? Absolutely. And some of these buildings that we see was not built by the European, even though they converted them into something. These buildings obviously is the same science that go back 1,000 years ago when hospital first started getting in use. These buildings go back that long. You understand me? Let's look at this hospital one more time. Let's just look at the design on it. It's like a castle. Why would somebody build a hospital like this?
Yeah, man. That look like a cathedral, a massive cathedral. Like you're gonna live. You're gonna feel good. You're gonna feel comfortable walking up in there, knowing you're gonna get help. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna front.
This is Cambridge University Hospital. This is the hospital of Cambridge University. I believe this in Maryland.
So let me ask you a question, AP.
Yeah.
Who built them structures?
The American guys, the same people that built that invented this science, the same ones who mastered the geometry, the Aborigines, better known as the American gods. This is what we're proving to you guys today.
So
we are the gods.
So let me ask you this question, right? So the individual that built, you said the other one is Cambridge, right? Which one was the first hospital you showed? Your mic check.
Yeah, this one right here is from Troy, New York. New York, Troy.
Oh my God. So okay. So all right, so these was no hunter gatherers, right? And no disrespect to no hunter gatherers, but that shit is so primitive. That shit probably happened about 10 for a long time. They tell you that we had agriculture in America for 10,000 years. I mean, and that's out their mouth. But go ahead. I'm sorry. I just wanted to intervene. I just wanted to just be clear on my sanity, have my sanity clear. That you telling me these Negroes that's here today, that is crackheads, dope fiends, all types of sort. But understand, there are some doctors, there are some lawyers, there are some intelligent Aborigines here that wasn't affected by some of these issues that some of our people may have, right? But
so 8,000 years ago, this hospital would have been loaded up with doctors and surgeons and nurses 1,000 years ago. Buildings is just like this.
You breaking up a little bit, Abe.
Hold on, let me fix your mic. You gotta. Can y'all hear me now? Can you hear me now? We good?
Yeah, that was you. You kind of cut out, AP.
Okay, are we good now?
Yeah, you good though.
All right, cool. Yeah, man. So listen, there would have been hundreds of doctors and surgeons and nurses working in these type of structural hospitals throughout the world, man. This is according to the American Indian Encyclopedia here. It said they would have had a large staff of surgeons, doctors, nurses, and an extensive pharmacy of medicines. The ancient facilities were able to treat a wide range of pathologies and disorders. Aztec surgeons perform amputations, right? Well, obviously some type of surgery, successful brain surgeries, and plastic surgery. So you had niggas doing the same shit they was doing in Hollywood. Oh, I don't like the way I look. I'm gonna fix my chin. Oh, I don't like the way my body is. I'm gonna lose some weight. Get gastro bypass. You understand me? Nigga might get muscle implants. They doing plastic surgery around here, for crying out loud. Plastic surgery? That is wild.
Yo, you know what I'm saying, man? I mean, man, hey.
And listen, this would have all been done. This would have all been done in a building that we obviously see. Now we got to ask ourselves, did this building have electricity? Well, why not? Electricity goes back 200 BCE. That's at least 2,000 years ago. So if we got electricity 2,000 years ago, hospitals been put up 1,000 years ago, you got to jump to the conclusion that these hospitals would have been electric. They would have had electricity in them. Let's read electricity. The most extraordinary and amazing invention of pre-contact American Indians was producing electricity throughout chemical reaction. Electricity is a physical phenomenon that arises from the interaction of electrical charges. The Moshe, who culture arose in what is now Peru, 200 BC, invented electricity, chemical production, and electricity. They produce electricity by using water and chemicals that they found naturally occurring in their environment. So listen, this is another form of ecology. You see what I'm saying? So it's just to sum up everything. These buildings would have had large quantities of electricity from the people who invented electricity. So when you look at a building, you be like, oh, well, how do they run? These buildings would have had electricity all through them. Look, buildings put together in the 1800s. This building particularly was put together in they said 1774. These structures right here. And this is in Omaha. This is in Omaha in 17 something. Impossible. These are obviously prior evidence of a prior civilization that modern contact with pale skins and captured and reconverted it. This is our ancient ancestors. This could have been a civic center area right here that they done converted into whatever, a brewery or some type of municipal building. This could have been a civic center here. I'm gonna let A1 go in and finish up the rest of the information, man. I'm gonna get ready to wrap it up right here. But I just want y'all to admire this structure right here. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful structure, man. Put together by the American guys. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. It's your brother Aboriginal Power. Shout out to Jaguar. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Shout out to A1 once again. Shout out to everybody. Hopefully y'all enjoying the live stream. Hopefully y'all enjoying the pay-per-view.
Word, man. Sure. I was gonna do irrigation systems for them real quick, man.
Go ahead, jump in it. Go ahead.
So they'll know that the hospitals did at least have running water. You know what I'm saying? Like we wasn't in there, you know. Hey, you know what I'm saying? We gonna add that in there too. You know, plumbing and making sure building these places in the right places to receive the proper plumbing and irrigation was key as well. So we gonna get into irrigation systems, man, and I got a few picks I can line up real quick before I get in, just to give people an idea of what we going at before I go in, kind of help keep us woke for a second. If anything, this is one right here somebody clipped up that was an old one. I'm not pretty sure where, but I did a search for ancient irrigation systems in America. You can find multiple pictures like these. It's one in the encyclopedia as well that I'm gonna get to as I read. Here's another canal system. When you're talking about irrigation, this is one in Arizona that, in case of flooding, here you go, a clean swoop away right here, headed to one direction, clearing it out, maybe to an aqueduct. You see what I'm saying? Because when you get into irrigation, you get into stuff like this, aqueducts. You know what I'm saying? This right here is located in Peru. Now you got different styles of these, but I thought these was very interesting because you showing people doing symmetric engineering going into the earth. You know what I'm saying? Here we go, bringing it all together again. Let alone you see the crops and stuff right along with it on the side of it. Because we are, this is pertaining to water, so this would be by farmland or wherever crops or where any area that we need water to be managed at. So let's get into it, man. That's right there. That's in Peru right there. But we got irrigation systems calculated, of course, what we own 10,000 BC, man. You know what I'm saying? Taking it to the top. Mesoamerican, South American, Andean, North American, Southeastern, and Southwestern, which is the whole Americas. You know what I'm saying? So let's dive into it a little bit, because this is something that Of course, once again, this ain't no cakewalk. This is not a science or any type of engineering or structuring that, any primitive or impoverished people would be applying. You know what I'm saying? This takes some guts. This takes, knowing the land. This takes knowing exactly what's going to happen within a certain amount of days. This takes knowing that we got to be fed while we doing this, while we clearing this way, while we making this water position to another location or clear this water out. You see what I'm saying? This is some hard work here. It says irrigation is the practice of supplying dry land with water. Indians throughout the Americas began inventing methods of irrigating crops soon after they first began cultivating them. It says they achieved this by floodplain irrigation and canals. All right. The earliest floodplain forming occurred in Mesoamerica and Peru and pre-Peruvian South America. It says in many areas, floodplain farming evolved into terraced farming. It says see also farming, which is terraced farming. It says some of the earliest irrigation canal systems are those built by the Olmec, whose culture flourished, of course, around 1700 BC. Although neither of these agricultural techniques was unique, these independent inventions rivaled those practiced in the Middle East and China, the two other birthplaces of agriculture outside of the Americas. Now, of course, talking about canals, stuff like that. Now that's old plumbing. I ain't gonna get to that yet. This would be an irrigation system as well here in Mexico. You have what's another one I found? This right here, another irrigation system, an aqueduct in Peru.
They look crazy.
Yeah, you see that? You see what I'm saying? Like, this is like, look at the stone masonry, okay? Look at the science of mathematics from zero to beyond, all right? What are we talking about here? Engineering, you know what I'm saying? Okay, we already got water, you know what I'm saying? How long did it really take to do this? This got to be old. This got to be real old. You know what I'm saying? Because think about it. You're not even level. You don't need. Did they have brick levelers? With masonry, building houses and stuff like that, you gotta have a brick leveler, which is a tool it has like a meter and has a little bubble in it that actually reads the level or the out. The
leveler is a balance board used
right.
with liquid to show the balancing levels of whatever structure that you landed on. Right? They use liquid to balance. You're absolutely right.
Right, and you may use like a sludge hammer type, hammer to kind of level out your little brick or whatever stone or whatever you're using. But you see here, it don't even seem like it was level. It's just like they just kind of puzzled the stones with whatever form of earth that they was using to keep it together. Look at this, creating steps and all to where you got an actual irrigated water system flowing down in steeps, so that way hey, if this is some type of ural or feces irrigation system, it's gonna flow perfectly down to where it belongs. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
In regards to something like this, this is a Roman structure. This picture was actually called one of the main causes of the Roman Empire to fall. And if you see, this is their way of irrigating, plumbing their feces and urine. So obviously it wasn't going nowhere. It was just sitting there, just piled up rotten up under these stone toilet.
Ooh, you can imagine the smell around that motherfucker.
I'm talking about, yo, you probably would have died, man. Just walking up, you probably just like, yo, okay. Seriously, man, look at that though. You know, that ain't right. And then you got people sitting beside you, so you gonna have flies and all type of, you know, maggots and worms. Like, just, I mean, come on, man. Like this. But that's one of the so-called Roman plumbing systems that we got there. Now, this was one that they found in Mexico, I think, an old plumbing system that basically, you know, is no longer in use. But as you see, this would be something that's correctly. You know what I'm saying? That's something that's used. You know, if it was in use, at least it was under the ground. You know what I'm saying? At least they had something flowing away from the people. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
You know, you don't want to just throw out and toss buckets of doo-doo out in a creek or something. You remember the Games of Thrones? I don't know if y'all watched
fresh
that.
water and you don't want to go you get that fresh water at, you know.
You know what I'm saying? You got a fresh creek, but they throwing turds and stuff out there. See, this right here is a perfect example of a great irrigation sewage system. Imagine it, you know, you got the sewage lines going strictly down and filtering out into a hole. You see what I'm saying? Like that, this almost looks perfect. You know what I'm saying? This is some great work here. You know what I'm saying? Some ancient art, some ancient architecture, engineering, irrigation systems. You know what I'm saying? Had to just get that in there for a second, man. It says floodplain irrigation, planting crops in areas where the soil will be saturated by water that flooded the banks. And that's the picture I was showing. I'm gonna go back up. It said it flooded the banks of streams and rivers. Was the earliest form of irrigation. All right. It says it provided moisture for crops and added nutrients to the soil in the form of silt. In North America, floodplain farming was practiced by southeastern agriculturalists from the Mississippi and Hopewell and Adena cultures living along the valleys of the Mississippi and Ohio rivers from calculated 100 BC to 1500 BC, which is roughly 2,500 years ago. You know what I'm saying? 335 years ago. I meant, my bad. It says, although farming on floodplains took less initial effort than building extensive terraces with water courses or canal systems, it required a great deal of knowledge of the principles of runoff and stream flow in order to work successfully. Too little water and the crops would not grow, too much and they would wash away. All right. And we'll look at the pic right quick. This right here, this is something in Arizona that they discovered, the ley lines of an irrigation system that they actually use today in Phoenix, Arizona. So this is actually something that was, you know, this is known to be, it says the Hohokam of the North American Southwest developed an extensive irrigation system of canals that would later be used by non-Indian farmers, okay, that would later be used by non-Indian farmers in the area that became Phoenix, Arizona. And this is by the Arizona State Museum, University of Arizona. So they're more likely talking about the Mormons, of course. Because, you know, they definitely like to farm and act like that's all they've been doing forever, which we knew they, you know, they couldn't have known nothing about. It says the Moshe, who lived on the northern coast of what is now Peru from 680 to 200 BC, were highly skilled water engineers, okay? It says they built miles of irrigation ditches and flumes because the terrain where they lived was hilly. It says they built stone causeways or aqueducts to span the valleys. It says later the Inca, who established their empire about 1100 modern, says water in the same area by building narrow sluices controlled with stone slabs as gates. And that's what I was showing y'all just now. It was this image. This one right here. This is one right here of the style that's in Peru, what the Inca did right here, man. Like I say, once again, amazing work. Architect, engineering style. You can actually walk into this. You know, they made it to where they can actually walk down into it and actually, you know, kind of, I guess, push whatever they needed to push in, or, you know, get whatever they needed to get out. They may have, you know, brought in from the water. Let me see if I got another one. Of course, that's one too, but this is the one that they like to say give reference to the Aztec, another aqueduct system. You know, stone masonry, of course, as they just said, built in a circle in the shape of zero. Like I say, it's just all coincided with what we're building on, y'all. Just giving y'all some good, you know, real life info. And here we go. It says in Cusco. Oh, hold on. It says that their engineering included straightening streams and paving their beds. It says not only did the Inca use water to irrigate their fields, it says they also channeled it into cities. All right, so that's, you know, plumbing, just like today. We got sewage line, the main line, you know what I'm saying? It says in Cusco, they directed water into some buildings, including public baths. Then see also hygiene, personal, all right? See plumbing, all right? Said in the deserts of North American Southwest, the Anasazi people began planting crops at the mouths of arroyos as well as in river valleys. By between 1000 and 1200 AD, which is modern time, it says they had created elaborate systems of terraces and small dams. All right, small dams. It says called check dams. It says to ensure that their crops would be well watered. All right. It says in Mesa Verde, a large Anasazi settlement in the southwest. I went down too far. Sorry. Excuse me, y'all. Bear with me. It says, hold on. Let me go up a little bit more. My bad. Went down too far. I don't know how I did that. All right. It say, yeah. It say master water engineers. The Anasazi living at Mesa Verde created reservoirs to store water for both household and agricultural use. It says one of the best known systems developed in the New World is the complex organization of canals. The Hohokam people began to build before AD 300 along the Salt and Gila River valleys in what is now Arizona. After about 500 years of building, the Hohokam had engineered and constructed more than 150 miles of canals, some of them 30 feet wide and many over 10 feet deep. In order to minimize surface evaporation, it says the longest of the canal stretched 14 miles, said brush and sand dikes or weirs channel water from the rivers to the main canals. All right, which is another amazing work. I think I had some images of the canals I already showed y'all. I think I might have showed it to y'all already. Okay, here one right here. This is a canal. Sorry, I know it ain't too big, but this is a picture of a major canal like they just described.
stretching for miles, up to 14 miles, 30 feet wide or whatever, you know what
Zoom
I'm
in on
saying?
it a little bit for us. Zoom in on it a little bit for us.
See if I can. Okay. Is that better?
Yeah, a lot better.
Yeah, okay. So this is one good picture that shows the, structure of a canal. And I think this is in Peru as well. Like I say, showing you that it's definitely going clearly past 14 miles. This may be even more than 30 feet wide, of course. Uh, as you can see, it actually bows off into other canal systems that they may needed the water to route to in order to enhance whatever they needed, whether it was growing, using the water for plumbing, or to advance themselves in civilization. Uh, Let me see if I can find another one. I think that's about it I had on that one. But yeah, that's just one of the a good picture. Like I said, you can look up ancient canals. Me personally, I like to look through DuckDuckGo. Of course, Google will show you some too, because Google learning to step their game up because they learning that hey, people ain't scared to hide information. But you could definitely look that up, ancient canals or ancient irrigation systems. You're going to get different variety of stuff. And then you can also see the ones that's in other places in other worlds, to see how they compare. Um, so let me wrap this up. It says with plastered trenches to minimize water. It says seepage water conservation, which is basically, you basically building like trenches, like little ditches of off your land, kind of like how you would see in certain neighborhoods. You'll see in a front yard, you'll see a ditch go down to where you see the water can flow. Then a pipe might be up under the driveway to help push the water through the ditch. You see what I'm saying? It's the same thing. These are small canals within our neighborhoods as well. Water conservations, that's what they call them. It says this system was built 30 miles into the desert east of the Gila River, using gravity flow to carry the water where it was needed, so that the vegetable gardens of Hohokam communities such as Pueblo de los Muertos and Casa Grande were watered by sources 6 miles away. All right. So that's deep. All right. So it says the entire project was accomplished with the stone hoes, ironwood digging sticks, and cottonwood spades. It says because many communities use the canals as a way to irrigate their crops, archaeologists believe that the Hohokam had a system in a place to administer this water and settle disputes over water rights. All right. So even with that, like I say, like AB was saying, with urban planning, community development, consensus management, all this go hand in hand when you're talking about, okay, now who's gonna, how we gonna divide this water source to where everybody gets a fair share and everything is flowing properly for everybody to use. I mean, this takes some really high advanced science and knowledge, man. This is not nothing somebody just thought about and just put to use one day. This comes from the gods. You know what I'm saying? This is why this is the American gods, because we showing y'all that we are the children and we are supposed to apply ourselves as that. All right. It says once the canals had been built, they needed to be maintained by way of dredging for silt and replastering. This too was managed by water and administered. It says the irrigation project continued for a period of 500 to 600 years. Come on now. Now, how do they know it lacked? This is something that probably just been continuing since forever. You see what I'm saying? You're talking about managing water here. You're gonna always need it.
Exactly. Let me ask you a question, right? So look, so these people come here and put their meniscus motherfucking dates on our invention. They just be creating dates and shit. Like, yeah, that's gonna be 300 BC, and they just be walking past shit and just throwing up dates like they really know. Like motherfuckers sit out there with their legs crossed, running through gravel and shit. They find a little piece of rock, like, oh yeah, all right, this proves it's 300,000 years or 300 years and shit. They just be coming up with shit. And the thing about it is, because that rock, the way the rocks is, like, you can see ancient structures like that in a lot of these national parks when you're on trails, right? The way the water, that shit lasts forever. It lasts forever. Like you don't see too many structures like that just falling apart. You understand what I'm saying? So who knows how old that is? Like you just were saying. Like I don't mean cut your wisdom, but I mean, like I said, like he said, it's American guys. That's the reason why we're bringing this information, and definitely like this shit is relevant. It's very relevant because all you get is slave stories. All you get is the primitive TP Indian shit. All you get is how people came here and took over. You never get no information that could be beneficial to just waking up your DNA and realizing that you came from a greater civilization than these people is giving you credit for. So I'll mute my mic, man.
I mean, that's real though, bro. You know, how you go from this, you telling me somebody saying that, they knew we from 500 to 600 years was just out here trying to irrigate land. But then all of a sudden now we getting buck broke.
Yeah, exactly, right? That's exactly what's going on. Mentally buck broke. Physically, mentally, you mentally listen. They give you these images about you being whipped and being lynched and babies being cut out your stomach, and all people do is make bills about how people came here and conquered you, right?
Right.
But we got the shout out to Monty Bay too. That Sir Solomon Jones information showing that we had towns going in through the 1900s. They just give you Black Wall Street, and motherfuckers be happy. Motherfuckers be flipping out of the chair. Oh shit, we had black. Nigga, it was almost 50, 60 more so-called cities in separate states that was thriving just like that. Not to mention just in Oklahoma itself.
That's right. So, privately. You know what I'm saying?
And as we're showing you, right? A lot of these science, and this is just the basics. We just starting with the basics. We starting with the stuff that people need to survive, and they have to have a system. They have to have a measuring system. They have to have a way that they can process metal, process cement, build structures, come up with the idea we can use these vines and tie them together, and it can hold up a bridge. And then later on, coming back,
digging in the ground,
reinforcing it, and making metal versions of it.
Okay.
So, like, I mean, it is what it is, man. I definitely hope people appreciated it, and because we actually did a build of the American Indians, right? We did the whole encyclopedia, and just in my personal opinion, I felt like we wasn't appreciated for putting forth that whole encyclopedia. You understand? So that's one of the primary reasons why we did a pay-per-view, because that shit right there is really what got me to a whole nother level. I mean, I was already figuring a lot of this shit out, but with the technology that's in that American Indian Encyclopedia, that's still going on today. So if you created all the technology, or let's say 90-something% of the technology that drives this universe, and we've been told we were slaves, we've been told we was Africans, we've been told everything except us being indigenous to this land, or being aborigines or Tanchans to this land, and having all this great technology. So with that being said, I'll let Jack do his thing, man.
Word, man. Once again, man, they measured us to do a period of 500 to 600 until between the 12 and 1400. It says when the society declined for unknown reasons. Now, why would the society decline for unknown reasons? Well, you have, records of cataclysms, natural causes, maybe even certain people coming into certain areas that they weren't supposed to be in with, super flawed hygienic problems and made people, very ill. Yes, this was recorded and this is known as a fact for people bringing syphilis, trichomonia, you know what I'm saying? All these different diseases that we had to end up labeling due to the fact of, contact with foreign and, organisms and foreign people. All right. So it says.
So they still doing it with this new shit, monkeypox. Some shit that just scared niggas. Okay. Stay the fuck and board up your goddamn doors, you scared niggas. Like, motherfuckers already with social distancing. Now some motherfucking monkeypox shit come out. Yeah, motherfucker rub against you, might be ready to fight them. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, go ahead.
Right after the COVID. You know what I'm saying? This is why we say, man, keep doing your thing. Everything we showing you, we saying we done did it, so it's easy to do again. We can at least start here, man. You know what I'm saying? It's a ethnobotanists believe this may have occurred because the soil became too alkaline as a result of irrigation buildup. It says drought is another possibility. All right. So, they have their own reasons. Like I said, what I just gave, I'm going to go with that. Now, I'm not going to doubt none of that neither, but we know what it is. It says, nevertheless, irrigation canal use continued on into the 18th century on a much smaller scale. It said carried on by the Akamil O Adam or Pima, who are considered by some to be descendants of the Hohokam. It says flooding the fields to rid them of salt. Let me scroll down a little bit, center it out. It said flooding the fields to rid them of salt. The Akamil or the Pima leveled the land to improve water flow, thus irrigating their crops, including cotton, about 5 times during the growing season. Now, come on now. It says during the 1800s, they irrigated an estimated 13,000 to 16,000 acres, which would be cotton. It says when necessary, they sent tribal members out to dig more ditches and allotted water to the members of the work crew. It says here, Mormon settlers to the Salt River Valley of Arizona in the late 1800s cleared unused canals and irrigated their crops with the system. It says the Salt River Project, the water delivery system for Phoenix, uses many of the canals constructed by the Hohokam as part of its system today. All right. You know what I'm saying? So that was one, man, with irrigation system, man. I don't know if y'all had any other input y'all want to put on that, man, but I close mine out on that, man. I ain't want to drown them out too much, like I say, but just thinking about all that, you know what I'm saying, once again, to this day, and I still haven't seen the main line and the roads changed, which I'm pretty sure they do need to be changed.
Say that again. You said
what? Of the waterways that we use for our houses. That's why they always sending out these notices talking about, boil your water. And, they do that to us down here in the South a lot, man. I don't know. I know I heard up there in Maryland one time, it was a certain city in Maryland that they was talking about that their water was coming out brown. You know what I'm saying? And they were saying that people were getting sick because they knew they needed to pretty much changed the whole plumbing system for that city. You know what I'm saying? So this is something that's pretty serious. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure maybe, hopefully, they done something about it in the area. I found that out when I was in Delaware, back in like 2010. I stayed in Delaware for probably about 6 to 8 months doing work and welding and stuff like that. Even though I ain't get to do it, but I stayed up there for a while, and I got to go to Baltimore and different parts of Delaware, a few cities in Maryland. Like I said, I can't remember the name of that city, but they was complaining. A lot of people was complaining about how when they took a shower and whenever they ran their water or whatever, it came out brown. You know what I'm saying? So this is something that's very key to our survival, us, being enhanced, and not only that, our intelligence. You know what I'm saying? Fresh, clean water, being able to use it, being able to use water that actually has the proper minerals for our bodies is very key to our not only well-being, but to our success, to be able to enhance our creativity and to keep our minds and our spirits inclined to what we're supposed to do, man. So I let A1 get it back, man.
Yeah, man, that was a super heavyweight topic right there, man. Like, and if you look at all the rivers and all of these waterways, they all polluted. You know what I'm saying? You'd be hard pressed to go somewhere and find water running out of a stream down a, you know what I'm saying? Down, when they be having these, what the fuck they call them shits? The water taps they be having in the mountains sometime. Like you go to certain places, like one of my teachers.
Oh yeah, like wells.
Yeah, she used to go upstate New York and get the water out of a mountain. She was a fanatic when it came to this health shit, right? But she used to always tell me she used to take glass jugs. I'm like, yeah, how the hell you carry 6 of them shits down there? She was like, she go every other week or whatever and get a couple, or like she'd get like 15 gallons. She got like these glass jugs, not no plastic, not no metal, some straight glass shit. And she get the water out of it. She said the water be nice and chilled. You know what I'm saying? It's like it tastes like water you will never even imagine. That Fiji water ain't even nothing knowing that. You know what I'm saying?
It be that real mineral water. See, that's what we missing with this spring water than the still water. Like that water is good, but we need that mineral water, man, from the creek.
Because we're Tanchans, we from the soil. So of course, you know what I'm saying? That's why these other people, they try to stick to their cultural practices because they know their body is made up of their land. That's why when they come here, the minerals and the atmosphere is not friendly to a lot of people who just come here because they're used to eating or getting the mineral intake from where their body came from or where their existence on this planet or this plane or whatever the hell you want to call it came from.
Yeah.
So definitely, some heavy shit. And like I said, man, like even with this information, like, you should have something to, feel good about at the end of the day. Because a lot of this stuff right here, they don't, they definitely not teaching you nowhere on the planet. So definitely, man. Shout out to the brothers, man. Shout out to AP and Jag for doing the bill. Shout out to all the viewers and people who definitely purchased, to come to the pay-per-view. And for some individuals, I might have, well, for mostly everybody, and I've checked it 100 times. I kept my email open. Like I said, if you didn't get it in a timely manner, that's because I didn't get an email to send it to you. That's why I had to refund a lot of individuals and I had no way of contacting nobody. I went live yesterday, and you know, I said it or whatever, and I know people got lives and shit to live. They ain't got time to be tuning into the bills all the time. But definitely, I hope everybody, you know, got their money's worth. So with that being said, I'm gonna finish it out. Shout out to all the people in the chat room. Shout out to all the Aborigines, North, South, Central, and the conjoined islands. And just know this, like, you know, it's kind of tough for me at this time to do builds because you know, you got other shit going on. And to do a lot of these bills take a lot of time. Like, you know what I'm saying? You know, I do my own brakes. I change my own oil. I got fucking taxes and shit that I have to write because I still pay state taxes. Like state taxes be hard to shake when you got an LLC, but however it go, putting together, you know, keeping a profit loss journal. It's a lot of stuff, you know, that a lot of responsibilities that some of us have. So, you know, I'm definitely with you guys, and we have other brothers who still representing, you know what I'm saying, and putting that good information out there, man. So definitely shout out to all the A1s from day ones. So let's finish this off, man, because we've been rocking for a second. All right, so I'm gonna finish it off with road systems. All right, so 1500 BC to 1500 AD, the South American Andine, Mesoamerican, North American, Southwest, and Southeast cultures. Roads serve as a way to travel easily from place to place, unlike trails.
Bro,
I'm sorry, say that again.
your screen not sharing.
Oh shit, my bad. Where AP at? Let me. Here we go.
Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Appreciate everybody for tapping in too, man. Appreciate y'all.
Click the share screen. All right, here we go. So let's. All right, so we got road systems. 1500 BC to 1500 AD, South American Andine, the Mesoamerican, North American Southwest, and Southeast cultures. So roads serve as a way to travel easily from place to place. Unlike trails, they are planned and require great civil engineering effort to complete. The most famous road system in America is that of the Incas, whose empire was established in about, scroll up, in about 1000 AD in what is now Peru. Part of the Inca road network was constructed over a system of pre-existing trails left by the other cultures. The advent of the aerial photographic, and computer mapping system has led archaeologists to the knowledge that the Incas built many more miles of roads than was previously believed. The road systems, which was at least 140,000 miles long, exceeds that of the Roman Empire, which the Roman Empire was Negroes, which we're quick to be Moors. So, okay. In the length and construction, the Roman road system was approximately 56 miles long. 56,000 miles long. The Mayan Mesoamerican, who culture arose in what is now the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico in about 1500 BC, developed the extensive road system that was paved in places. The Aztec, who established an empire in what is now Mexico in about 1100 AD, also used the Mayan road system. Further further to the north, the Anasazi, who lived in Chukka canyons located in what is now New Mexico, also established and engineered road systems that link, outlining the settlements to the main communities, Casa Bonita. It said people of Hopewell, a mound building culture that arose in the river valleys of the North America Midwest, are believed to have constructed 60 miles road linkings to communities. All right. The Inca road system consisted of two main arteries that ran north and south. One was located in the highlands and the other along the Pacific coast. The latter road ran from what is now northern Ecuador to southern Chile. In addition to the main roads, a number of small roads that branched from the main one connected villages, although the Inca road system varied in width from 82 feet to to very narrow ascents. They were carved into rocks and zigzagged up the mountain slope. And no, up the mountain slopes. Road builders use standardized construction methods, leading to the tropologic to believe the engineers closely supervised its planning and construction, including the construction of bridges where the roadway crossed the water. All right, we talked about bridges already, right? And they actually giving them their props for the way that the roads was constructed, which a lot of these highways was already here. These people just came in and just maintained the roads and put toll booths in certain locations, and now they collecting tolls from motherfuckers to go from one place to another place on roads that was already here. And the funny thing is that a lot of these highways are owned by foreign corporations that's not even within the United States or the Americas. So understand that these so-called paths that our ancestors built and we maintain now, it was sold. They being sold to foreign corporations. I'm talking about all this shit is foreign, but the real foreign, beyond the motherfucking United States of America. Okay, so let's get finished. There's something in here I wanted.
And that's deep because you know what I'm saying. Like, I mean, look how far you gotta go. You gotta know where you're going to build some roads, man.
That's what I'm saying. Like this ain't, and look, look, we're gonna get into this shit because this is very interesting, right? All right, so the Inca built several types of bridges. The Chacas in Quincha, the Inca language, depending on the type of terrain. Some of these bridges was cantilevered, supported by beams, pinching bridges, and bridges with the corbel arches. See also arch corbel, and you see that a lot in this encyclopedia. Them same arches, and I see them arches every fucking where now. Okay. Continuing, they use ferry boats. Okay, ferry boats to cross very wide rivers. Now, listen, what is the likelihood you think the whole planet was rocking ferry boats? Or it's like you could buy a foreign car from somewhere. You think every place had a fucking ferry boat? Or we just so happens that other places got these same inventions. There's no internet. There's no telephone. Motherfuckers is not passing on secrets like that. So how the fuck is these so-called inventions existing in other places consistently at the same fucking time? Okay, because they never mentioned that no goddamn Tonchons had no freaking ferry boats. You ain't never heard nothing like that. That is unheard of. Okay, now look, check this out. This is, I guess, I got some ancient ferry boat pictures. Let me see if they're still up here. I thought I asked me out there ferry boats. What's this? Oh, that's the Corville arches. But you guys get the picture. You know what a ferry boat look like. Yeah, I could have swore I had some pictures of ferry boats. Let me see. All right, I don't. Let me continue though. You guys know what a ferry boat look like. Well, however it go, you never heard about no ferry boats being used in America. All right. All right. The Inca built suspension bridges, one of which was 200 feet long. When necessary, the Inca engineered carved tunnels through hills. They lined some of these tunnels with stone. Also built elevated courseway over marshes and shallow streams. Now listen, when have you heard some fucking Indians building tunnels? You see what I'm saying? Like a lot of this science and technology is the science and the technology. Most of it, everything. These people, how you having something consistent, some consistent knowledge that we got, and you come from another place or whatever like that. Unless you either brought it here and taught us, or we went there and taught other people. That's how my mind think. I don't think that these motherfuckers came here and these people living like they living like fucking peons. We got towns with running water, with lights and all this other beautiful stuff. But at the same token, they telling you they brought you here and they gave you all this science and all the science that you basically give other people credit for. We was the engineers of. All right. So go to the next thing, man. I got some other shit. We're gonna finish it off with. And actually, let's see. Y'all still there, right?
Yeah, we here, bro. We here.
Hey, Pete sound like he tired. Shit.
Oh no, I'm good, bro.
You sure?
Bro, I'm good. You good?
I gotta get up. Look, I gotta get up 5 o'clock in the morning. But you already might as well finish it off. I mean, the people still in the chat room. Why not? Right?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna finish it off with this right here.
Shout out to the family for tuning in. No lengthy, but hey, we're gonna get this shit up. Shout out to y'all, the American guys.
So we'll go to something nice and pretty for you. All right. So meanwhile, today, right, we talked about some of the ancient inventions, right? Let me get out of here. All right, so the two gentlemen you're looking at right there are, let me pull it up real quick. And this is very interesting right here. I found this to be kind of a no pun intended type joke. So to come up. All right, here we go. All right, so it's titled "The Man Created the Most Iconic Captain America Bike for the 1960 Easy Ride film, but it was shunned because he was black." Right now, this is what they're saying. Right now, this is Ben Hardy. His name is Benjamin Hardy. Right, and was he was actually known for creating a chopper style motorcycle. And for all we know, he could have invented or created motorcycles, period. You know, but however it go, he made a motorcycle after the Captain America movie. Okay, and he's actually pretty famous. I mean, among people who know about him, but his name is Ben Hardy, and he had his own motorcycle shop. We don't know how old this is. We don't, you know what I'm saying, probably the 1950s for the most part. But they're gonna tell us, oh, he invented a motorcycle the same time after Europeans invented them. And this is look, this is look how this motorcycle is. I don't know people ride bikes, but this is consistent to basically a Harley Davidson. They got similar body style. You know what I'm saying? So moving along. Now, I found a lot of articles on C.R. Patterson. They actually got one of his family members talking about him on YouTube or giving him from his perspective what his so-called ancestor was up to. But C.R. Patterson is now they gonna say born slave, okay? But we already know that's all bullshit, and that's the reason why I go the way I go, because these people got no problem when every time somebody has some type of they had some creative sense. They always had to be a slave. You know what I'm saying? With the exception, we did just read Benjamin Banneker, which they said he was born free, but however it go, just for some reason, this man was born a slave, right? And they say he built automobiles before Henry Ford. So other than Henry Ford, the person that they give credit to is Mercedes Benz. And that's way the fucking Germany. So you think some Germans came over here and showed him how to make a fucking car? How is he creating a car at the same time that, the Germans are supposedly creating? Okay? Now, let's move on. I got something else. But definitely, I don't want to really go too hard on him. Most people know C.R. Patterson, but you know what? Let me see something. All right, so C.R. Patterson, according to them, born slave, built automobiles before Henry Ford. Some of the finest buggies made in the late 1800s came out of a small black-owned company in Ohio. Charles Rich Patterson Company later made motor vehicles in history by finding the country's only African, well, you ain't gonna say African American, but we at this point in time must say autonomous American owned automobile manufacturing company. All right, and this is in the late 1800s, according to them. But hell knows how long he could have been making motorcycles. Automobiles. I'm sorry. But like I said, when we started it, the theme of it was the inventions that people frequently use and that basically transform how people was living in the past to how people living now. So with the invention of automobiles, that made everybody life easier. Even though some people take advantage of them and they don't walk as often as they should, but however it go, with the advancement of any motor propelled vehicle, that's what made things more easily and more common to be able to trade or to be able to import and export, etc. Right? So let me see something. There was somebody on here I wanted to really go over. Let me see. Shit froze up. All right, there. That's that guy. It's this one. All right, now it's this one. Now let me blow this up for you guys. So if you can see right here, this is all right. So this is black inventors and their inventions, right? So what I got to highlight it at is motor, okay, motor, and it was invented by J. Gregory, right? Now the motor was invented by a Negro. Now what year is it saying? Let me see. Oh, it doesn't give you the year, right? So obviously, if a Negro invented the motor, then he had to invent the fucking car as well. Okay. I mean, bicycle frame, kitchen table, gas burner, the lantern, the guitar, shit, the defroster, the air conditioning unit, starter generators, refrigerator controls, the refrigerator, the freaking mop, the fuck, the fire escape ladder, the air brake, the helicopter. Now this shit is continuing because we was already doing this shit. So ain't no white man sitting next to a black man and sit there and tell him like, yo, I need you to build me something that can fly, or even give him hot, because how is he going to think of some shit that he could have did himself? So Paul E. Williams was just fucking around and he got a download from the guards and he created a motherfucking helicopter. I found that to be very extraordinary. Okay? No blood plaster, Charles Drew, ice cream, pacemakers, the guided missile, the space shuttle, retrieval arm. What the fuck? I mean, oh my God. The cellular phone. So a black man created the cell phone, right? The heating furnace, the traffic light, as we know, the gas mask, the elevator, the lock, fire extinguisher. I mean, like at this point in time, like, I mean, these are not Africans doing this.
I'm gonna say a multi-stage rocket.
Man. The doorknob, nigga. Look, that shit say the shoe. Like, are you serious? The shoe, the doorknob. The doorknob, nigga. Like, come on, man. The letterbox, the mailbox. All right, I'm done, man. I'm out of here, man. Look, that shit say, well, it give credit to Africans. It say civilization and shit, the alphabet. These motherfuckers.
Torpedo discharger.
Yeah,
oh, man, what are you talking about?
The The home security system, nigga. The fuck, like, I mean, all right, man. I'm done. We're done, man. We're done. We're done.
This was a class. I'm not even going to lie.
I'm done with that, man. We conclude American Gods, man.
Shout out to everybody in the building. Let me mute this for the echo. Shout out to everybody in the building. It was a dope live stream. It was a great informational build. It's enough for y'all to go binge watch a ton on. Hopefully you guys continue watching it if you didn't get to catch it all the way through. If it was some things that you want clarified because you missed.
Hey, look, let's answer this time right here, man. We got about 10 minutes, man.
Let's get some Q&A in.
Any questions or anything from the people in the chat?
Hey, man, any questions, put them in the chat, and when I put them on the screen, and we'll read them out and answer those as best we can, man. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. We're going to give a little 60-second break, and we'll be right back.
Yeah. Hey, man, all I'm saying is, nigga, you always got something to say. It's like you don't shut up.
On the track. A lot of niggas died 1865. Single Michael fled, how I ain't gon' let it ride. Everybody hollering black was never on your side. They do maps to tell your apps where you sleep at night. They put that white man on. Got you begging them for answers like that white man know. Had you swearing you was African, that's that white man home. Had you proud to be a savage, that's that white man's zone. And I ain't talking shit, this my definition. And being savage was our nature, y'all be non-existent. We done took your ass out when we was in them kitchens. Instead of showing you how to live and how to maintain business. White supremacy fake. Only way that shit real is if you do what they say. We the guards of the gate. So when they say they fear God, now you know what they made.
Hey, do we have any questions for anybody? I don't see no question in here, man. Where the questions at? Where y'all at with it? Let's get a few questions in before we get out of here. How can they refute this information? How? Yeah, it's very hard to refute this. Shout out to Elizabeth Young, man. Let me shout out some of the brothers and sisters that did pop up that's still in here right now. Let me shout y'all out. Elizabeth Young, Hawk School, Takeoff Tyson, N. Jones, Truth Master Dre 3000, Gretchen Helms, Laney, Khalil Finch. Who else we got in here? Supreme Chief Holiday, Adele Crawford, Jenna Nubian Queen, Adaria Shar, Copper Tone, Lady T, Fishing with Camo Joe, Suda Natural. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. I believe that's it for everybody that's in the building right now as we speak. Well, I guess no questions. I guess we answered everything in this build. That's what I like to see. Sometimes, you know.
Hey, look, the young lady, Elizabeth Young said, what didn't we invent? I mean, listen, a lot of people, man, they don't give themselves or give their ancestors credit for doing nothing. So, like, I mean, a freaking helicopter, how many countries got refrigerators today? Let's just ponder on that.
Right.
How many motherfucking countries got cars, fire extinguishers, elevators,
light bulbs?
Like, you know, I mean, and here we sitting here in these impoverished communities and conditions as well, right? And we're responsible for the technology that runs the planet. And they got you thinking you are a fucking slave and you some low life fucking Native American, yeah, I said it, who won't even recognize in public or at any of these forums that we are the Atanchans and the Aboriginals of the Amaruki. So, I mean, anybody have any questions, man? Shout out to Nonetheless, man. Shout out to Gretchen Helm. Shout out to Janet Nubian Queen, Hawk School. Supreme Chief Holiday is definitely in the building. Kalai, Laney, who else we got? Man? Take off Tyson. You got to hit late, son. My bad. I mean, well, your bad, but I guess y'all got the link, so y'all can definitely they can run it back, right, AP?
Absolutely, they'll be able to watch the videos many times.
Definitely shout out to everybody, man. We ain't got no questions. I guess everybody ready to go to sleep.
Man, shout out to all the American Aborigines, man. With that being said, man, we're out of here, man. Jaguar, you want to say something before we get out of here, big bro?
Yeah, man. I just want to say, man, much appreciation to y'all, man. Appreciation to the chat. I want to say I'm thankful for my elders and my ancestors on the other side, my higher self. Hopefully, we did our best to help you reach yours and connect with yours to the fullness with harmony. And we gonna keep this going, man. It's gonna be a lot more to offer. We do this again. It's definitely gonna be, probably 2 to 3 times better. We're gonna try to keep it in sync as much as possible. So I just want to give everybody a good love affirmation to carry on with, and that is I love us. So that means, keep that and take it with you, man. You know what I'm saying? And you should know who us is. You know what I'm saying? I just want to, give a shout out to one of my elders, to Chief Yuya. He's somebody that helped me along the way. And of course, my grandmothers, my pops, my moms and stuff. So they ever, decide to say something, man, much love to y'all. So peace to everybody, man. Much respect.
Man, shout out to my brother Jaguar, man. I want to wish everybody in the chat blessings, peace, love, understanding, and wisdom and abundance. I want to say peace to the American Aboriginal on your night journey. Understand that you are the American gods. Don't let nobody tell you that y'all don't have culture. Don't let nobody tell you that y'all don't have tradition. Don't let nobody tell you that y'all are not the innovators and not the imitators. You are the American gods. With that being said, man, shout out to all the American Aborigines in the building. And we out of here, man. Peace to y'all, man. We gone.
We're still here. I still have my practices. We know who we are. This is who we are. So you can call me colored, you can call me Negro, you can call me black.
Oh, man. Yeah, you gotta be kidding me.
What kind of Indian are you?
Like Tonto Indian?
Shinnecock Indian.
Really? You're a Shinnecock?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know you were a Shinnecock.
You could have fooled me.
That's the kind I am.
Hey.
So you should be Big Chief Bastard, not Old Dirty.
His family was here when Columbus landed, huh?
Is that right?
Yes.
So you are not a black man, you're an Indian?
I'm an Indian.
No kidding. Now, this is a shock.
We are learning more to...
I don't need no gun to do my thing. Mao Zedong said that power grows out the barrel of a gun. He never said that power was a gun. That's why I don't need no gun to do my thing. What I need is some freedom. What I need is the power to determine my destiny.
Yo, that nigga got hit with 100 fucking arrows, man. Yo, where you get that from? Yo, wow.
Hog School. Shout out to Hog School.
They tore that nigga ass up, man. Shout out to Hog School, yo. Oh, yo, what the fuck? Yo, That nigga had a seizure. That nigga was shivering and shit.
That's from the show that's literally from the show called American Gods. If you ain't seen it on Netflix, click on Hulu, pick it up.
Man, that nigga created all types of dances in that one motion. Damn.
Man, with that being said, man, we out of here, y'all. Shout out to the American Aborigines, man. We gone for sure.
Suave on the track.
Whatever it takes. Hollywood.
Coco, this your season right now.
They won't see me. They won't let me I gotta sleep with one eye open, tripping, making me nervous. I take a piss, my hand on the strap. I know the odds wanna murder. I got a feeling, keep my stomach paranoid. I won't let them, They won't see me, I gotta sleep with one eye open, tripping, making me nervous. I take a piss, my hand on the strap. I know the odds wanna murder. I got a feeling, keep my stomach paranoid. I can't let them, They won't see me, I put attention, all in my blood, all in my veins. They started with perky, now that hair by numbers veins. You started with serving, now them drugs drove you insane. Started with dealing, I grew up with killers, they taught me the game. I got some niggas that die behind, and that shit won't never the same. I know some niggas that lie behind, and that bullet had his name. Ain't no reason to cry about, cause that shit won't never change. MTF the 4th and P, my niggas can't get out the game. I gotta sleep with one eye open.